Good evening, and welcome to the City Council meeting of May 28, 2019. The Norman Utilities Authority, the Norman Municipal Authority, and the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority, also of May 28, 2019. Madam Clerk, you can call the roll.
Councilmember Bierman. Here. Councilmember Carter.
Here.
Councilmember Castleberry.
Here.
Councilmember Hickman.
Here.
Councilmember Wilson. Councilmember Clark. Councilmember Holman.
Here.
Councilmember Scott.
Here.
Mayor Miller.
Here. Please join me in the pledge. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item number 3 is the consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so that the City Council, by unanimous consent, can designate those routine agenda items that they wish to be approved or acknowledged by one motion. I need a motion to place items 4 through 20 on the consent docket.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. That was unanimous. Item number 4 is approval of the City Council study session minutes of April 4th, 2019, City Council special session minutes, City Council Finance Committee minutes of April 18th, City Council special session minutes of May 2nd, and City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority minutes of May 14th, 2019. Item 5 is submission of the Finance Director's Investment Report as of April 30th. Item 6, submission of the monthly departmental reports for the month of April. Item 7, submission of the City Manager's Change Order Report. Item 8, an easement, acceptance of a permanent public sanitary sewer easement donated by Highway 9 Land Company for the Summit Valley Interceptor Project. Item 9 is an acceptance of a permanent public sanitary sewer easement donated by Ash Investments for Summit Valley Interceptor Project. Item 10 is a consent of encroachment for Lot 8, Block 4, Shadow Ridge Addition, aka 3804 Shadow Ridge Drive. Item 11 is consent to encroach for Lot 6, Block 1, Cambridge Number 3 Addition, 5220 Montrose Circle. Item 12 is an amendment with CP&Y Inc., increasing the contract amount by $193,895 for a revised contract amount of $897,773.50 to provide additional design services for the 36th Avenue Northwest widening project between Tecumseh and Marketplace. Item 13 is amendment number 2 to a contract with C.H. Guernsey and Company, increasing the contract amount by $26,500 for a revised contract amount of $153,100 for the Gray Street Waterline Replacement Project. Item 14 is amendment number 1 to a contract with TUSA Consulting Services LLC, increasing the contract amount by $50,000 for a revised contract amount of $319,310 to provide additional consulting services related to Phase 3 of the city's Emergency Communication Services Project. Item 15, final acceptance and payment of a contract with Metro Building Services for the Northeast Lions Restroom and Pavilion project for the Parks and Rec Department. Item 16 is a contract with Southern Star Central Gas Pipeline associated with the Robinson Waterline project from the water treatment plant to 24th Avenue Northeast. Item 17 is amendment number 1 to a contract with Francis Solar to install one additional EV charging station on the city's behalf at the City of Norman's Gray Street parking lot and increasing the marketing fee to Francis Solar by $5,000 for a total of $45,000 and adding a 5th site located at the City of Norman Gray Street parking lot. Item 18 is a parking lot agreement with Francis Solar for a 15-year parking space lease agreement for the City of Norman Gray Street parking in order to install an electric vehicle charging station. Item 19 is a joint resolution of the City Council, the Norman Utilities Authority, the Norman Municipal Authority, the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority, and the Norman Economic Development Authority adopting updated continuing disclosure policies and procedures. Item 20 is a resolution adopting the Americans with Disabilities ADA Inclusion and Access Plan Statement, the Accessibility Grievance Policy, and the formation of the ADA Citizens Advisory Committee and appointing members to the committee. I need a motion to approve or reject the consent docket.
Motion to approve.
Second.
At this time, I would like to recognize Jack McMahon, who is our ADA technician, to make a presentation on item 20.
You have to warm it up for me. Okay, got it. Madam Mayor, members of the council, there are 4 components of the resolution you have reviewed for tonight. All of them are contained in this presentation that I made 3 weeks ago. So I'd like to go through some of that and explain some of those elements in slightly more detail. As I mentioned last time, my point of beginning is the legal requirement of a civil rights act called the Americans with Disabilities Act, passed in 1991. We did our first self-inspection and transition plan in 1993, and we decided as a community to update that plan beginning in 2017. You as a council voted on accepting the self-inspection transition plan in 2018. And so we are now in the process of implementing the requirements under that act. There are 4 things that were required under the ADA. One was the conduct of a self-evaluation. That is a detailed review, an analysis, an inspection of all elements throughout all areas of the city to review, in fact, programs, services, activities, facilities, and pedestrian rights-of-way. The second component was the change or the addition of wording in all statements throughout the city and beyond for something called an inclusion and accessibility statement. That is required by the ADA. It allows and announces to all citizens their rights to work within the city and to engage in work, play, study throughout the city. It is a very broad statement. The particular wording we have chosen has been approved by the Department of Justice, and you are adopting it as part of this resolution tonight. A second component is a grievance policy. We are adopting a uniform citywide grievance policy, including the standardization and publication of wording throughout the city. This would allow citizens who have any form of an accessibility grievance, either under Title I for employment or Title II, program services and activities, to file a complaint to the city. It is the process of filing that complaint. It is to whom they file the complaint, and it is an enumeration of their expectations in terms of how long and how detailed that complaint would be followed up on. So that's part of the second component. The third one, the self-evaluation plan, is followed and literally linked to something called the transition plan. The transition plan is the details on how those items that were identified in the self-evaluation plan are going to be managed over time. It is the detail of what the default may be, what the recommended remediation will be, how much that remediation will cost, and by when that remediation will take place. And as you'll see here, we have a total of about $5.5 million of combined identified defaults that we have decided that will take approximately 10 years to remediate. Those self-inspection items that we've already done and the transition plans we've already identified are consistent with the requirements under the Act and in the process and in the manner also required by the Act. The core component of the Americans with Disabilities Act is barrier removal, and as I mentioned last time, barriers sound like a relatively easy thing to identify, but really there are two different components of barriers. One is a physical barrier, which is relatively easy to identify and remediate. The other one is a programmatic barrier, which is the experiential component of how a person pays a water bill, for example, how they participate in this room in terms of sound or sight elements. And they are somewhat subjective, unlike the facility barrier removal, which has a very, very defined standard and guideline. Furthermore, under the plan, there is a requirement that there be public input on an ongoing basis. We did have an advisory committee that was established to conduct the process of self-evaluation. Now we've got a similar requirement to not only listen to the voice of the community as we transition into the transition plan, but also we manage that voice over time. And the last one, the last component required under the ADA is that we identify an ADA coordinator. You've already identified that. You identified him some time ago. That ADA coordinator is Mr. Sean O'Leary. I serve as his assistant in terms of providing a resource for members of the community and members of the staff to get bilateral feedback on what we are going to do, what we are doing, what we have done in terms of our compliance with the law. The self-evaluation we did went through these various elements. We reviewed every single policy and practice within the city. Those were all documented. They represent about 68 pages worth of now standardized recommendations or guidelines. We're in the process of now meeting with the staff on a staff liaison committee. That first committee meeting will be on June 24th when we actually start putting the self-evaluation plan into action. And consequently, it is actually called an action plan. We have reviewed the employment practices. We have reviewed ordinances, the emergency management plan, and all representatives of these various departments will be a component of our staff liaison committee. During the self-evaluation plan, we did look at all city departments for policies and procedures, 3 municipal buildings, 3 parks, miles of sidewalks, numbers of railroad crossings and pedestrian signalized intersections. So there was a very, very detailed inspection of some of the city properties and programs, activities, and services. We do have a requirement to have a standardized process for detailing how we record those and work with that on a go-forward basis, but we still have a significant amount of work yet to do. The encumbered so far costs of remediation, as I said, were about $5.2 million. We established a rough idea of a budget of about $500,000 per year for the next 10 years. The next steps, many of these you've already achieved. You did adopt a transition plan. You did hire me. And now it's time to begin the implementation of that policy or practice. And what I have recommended is that we form a committee to actually develop the voice of the community. And that committee consists of 11 individuals. Those individuals will be representing a variety of forms of disabilities. It is absolutely essential that we have a variety of inputs from experts in various fields. The ADA requires an inclusion, which means all forms of disabilities. Those broadly break down into 3 groups: sensory, which is hearing and sight primarily; mobility, all forms of mobility or ambulatory disabilities; and then lastly, cognitive, which also subgroups into neuroatypical disabilities. So we want to have representatives from those various groups to be able to look at a variety of issues through the lens of their unique perspective, their unique talent, perhaps their form of disability, perhaps their professional service standards. So that all the items that work through the self-inspection and transition plan, the way we remedy all of those, particularly the subjective program services and activities, are more broadly considered through people who have some expertise in a variety of the application of those standards. But we can't look at all of those things. The self-inspection transition plan is really critical. It's an essential civil rights and risk management tool for the city, but we've got a broad number of other issues that we need to look at as a community. And as you remember, I said that these will come before the committee in the form of experts who are working through subcommittees who have a voice to expand the presence of representatives throughout the city. So things like transportation and housing, emergency management, are subcommittees that work as large and as hard and as frequently as they'd like to meet. I will meet with them regularly so that we can guide voices into the standard committee to be taken up and voted on for decisions on how we move forward in those areas. My role, as you see here, is primarily to be the servant of the committee. I have the responsibility of implementing the transition plan, the action plan, but I need the voice of the community to tell me what their recommendations as we move forward. We've done 3 buildings. There are 20 more to go. We've done 3 parks. There are approximately 20 more to go. The question is which buildings, which parks, which standards? Where do we go next? How do we go? How fast do we go? How do we spend the budget that we may establish on an annual basis? This is where the voice of the community will show up. That voice will be represented back to me, to you. So that is the conduit of work and communication. The member attributes, all these individuals have already understood kind of the structure, the mission, their charge. They understand the seriousness of this responsibility, and they have agreed that they are willing to undertake this responsibility to serve on the committee. The most important thing is that they've also all agreed to abide by the rules of the committee. So once the committee is making decisions, they have agreed to act as a uniform team as we move forward. The member qualifications, you've heard me say this before, they are individuals with disabilities or they are professionals who serve the population of people with disabilities, very unique forms of disabilities with strong voices, or lastly, they might be the parent or primary caregiver of an individual with disabilities. These are very experienced, talented folks who take their role very, very seriously, have a very deep understanding. We're privileged in many cases to work with these individuals, and I'm proud to be able to serve with them. I look forward to working with them. The committee charge, they will be the voice of the community. They will be the voice to me and in turn to you. They will represent us in all forms, and so we will have broadly understood and represented all forms of disabilities. Originally, the idea of the organization would be that it would have 9 to 11 individuals. Our first meeting will be on June 12th of this year. We plan on having quarterly meetings as a full committee. We could meet individually, departmentally much more often than that, and certainly subcommittees will be working on an ad hoc basis. Priorities, we want to work first through the self-inspection transition plan. We want to listen to all of the issues that are elsewhere in the community, but we must, as a city, abide by the ADA to say that we have to pay attention first and foremost to our transition plan. As we near the conclusion of our own self-inspection and transition plan, then we will move to the next phases to look at other buildings, other programs, and certainly other issues throughout the city. So that's what I have to say. Your questions? I don't have them before me, but I know a number of committee members or proposed committee members have already called because they did have some problems with the weather tonight.
Mayor, I have the list. All of this, the 4 steps that Jack described are in the resolution, so we tried to make it one nice, neat package. I want to say first, just thank you for this opportunity. This has been a dream of mine for literally a dozen years in Norman, and not only am I thrilled to work with Mr. McMahon, but the notion of our first ever ADA Citizen Committee is just absolutely thrilling to us, and this is the beginning of great things to come. The 11 members recommended to you just by name: Lynn Bloom, Jeff Hughes, Susan Favors, Kathy Bayless, Shelley Goodery, Rob Carr, Renita Jones, Eileen Winfrey, Chris Nanny, Laura Malone, and Nelson Dent. Each of these folks represent, as Jack indicated, various skill sets and expertise.
I know we got a total biography of each one of them. It's just we usually have them listed when we vote, so.
Could you take that? Thanks.
Are there questions for Jack from the council? Councilmember Bierman.
Jack, could you just give us, you don't have to read them off and tell us how you identified these particular individuals to serve, but could you give us an idea of how you came up with this group and who you approached and what your thought process was as you went through this?
I looked at the variety of challenges that other cities have throughout the nation. For example, one of the major problems for cities today is technology, accessible technology under the ADA and the federal 508 guidelines. And we're very, very privileged in Oklahoma to have an individual, Rob Carr, who is currently heading the Committee on the Development and Revitalization of the Electronic Information Technology Accessibility Act for the state. He broadly speaks, talks, trains on this particular item, plus he is an ADA coordinator himself. He's a certified ADA coordinator. So reaching out to find an expert like that, finding a person like Renita Jones, who is the rehab coordinator for New View, Oklahoma. She's an expert in helping people with visual disabilities learn how to use a diverse set of tools and techniques to navigate their way through a life that they can't see or they can't see well. A person like Kathy Bayless, who is probably the most leading expert in the state on neuroatypical disabilities, particularly with children. So it was looking at, we needed to have folks who had expertise in the area of visual disabilities, hearing disabilities, mobility disabilities, cognitive disabilities, including neuroatypical. So I looked for people that represented expertise in each one of those categories to try to include them.
Great, thanks.
Any other comments or questions? I was really impressed with the list. I know some of the people, but not all of them. I think we are really fortunate in Norman to have, we do have 2 proposed committee members here, Chris Nanny and Sue Favors.
We have 3.
We have 3. Did I miss somebody?
Yeah.
Oh, Lynn. Okay, thank you. So, we're just really lucky. They represent all different areas of disabilities and expertise, and many of them have had 30, 40-year-long careers working in this area. So I think we are fortunate indeed to have you, and the people that you have recommended for the committee and that were willing to serve and spend time and help us. So thank you very much. If there are no other questions or comments, the motion on the floor is to approve the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the consent docket passes unanimously.
This brings us to off consent. Item 21, second public hearing regarding the FYE 2020 City of Norman proposed operating and capital budgets and the Norman Convention and Visitors Bureau, Inc. budget with detailed annual plan of work. I'll entertain a motion to conduct a public hearing.
So moved.
Second?
Motion on the floor is to conduct a public hearing by a show of hands. All those in favor? Opposed? Same sign. That was unanimous. At this time, I'd like to recognize our amazing Director of Finance, Anthony Francisco.
I feel like the fatted calf who thought they liked him when they. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. We come to one of the final steps in our budget process for fiscal year 2019-2020, which is the second public hearing where we turn attention to the citizens' input into the budget process. Just a little bit of background. The city manager's proposed budget on the revenue side is for $265,089,000. The major areas of revenue are delineated here. Sales tax and other taxes, fees from our utility customers are the major sources of revenue. On the expenditure side, we have proposed a budget of $264,188,000. The major areas of expenditure are for capital improvements, for public safety, public works, and for water reclamation. The general fund is the largest individual fund of the city, is the major operating fund of the city. The major areas of revenue into the general fund are from sales and use taxes. And again, I would point out that this pie chart looks very different in Norman and in Oklahoma cities than it would in any other place in the country, where we are so dependent on sales and use tax for our general fund operations. On the expenditure side in the general fund, the major areas of expenditure are for police, public works, and fire services, those boots on the street, if you will, providing services to our citizens in those major areas of demand. As we have moved through the budget process, we have identified some areas of issue. First, there is an ongoing imbalance between operational revenues and expenditures in our operational funds, particularly the general fund and the public safety sales tax fund. We have an ongoing lack of funding for stormwater, fleet maintenance, and park maintenance personnel. We have ongoing public safety sales tax operational and capital shortfalls that exacerbate the problems that we have in the general fund and the capital fund. In those preliminary meetings that we've had with council, where the city manager's proposed budget has been presented to council, council has already given some direction for areas that they wanted to see changes. First, to add public transportation funding. Second, to reduce expenditures in the general fund to address the $1.3 million difference that existed between revenues and expenditures in the proposed fiscal year 20 budget. Council directed that the public safety sales tax operational expenses and revenues be recorded back into the public safety sales tax fund. There is a shortfall between those revenues and expenditures in the public safety sales tax fund, and so the general fund and capital fund is proposed to provide subsidies to the public safety sales tax fund to make up for that shortfall. There are some changes in the capital fund budget that was proposed by the city manager majorly because of Federal Highway Administration funding concerns and delays in those federal funds that we had anticipated. So we have proposed areas that we might address those delays. And then the council has accepted a resolution to fund a senior citizen center out of the Norman Forward Fund, and so that will be reflected in the final budget. So at this point, we turn over to our public for your input into the final budget that will be considered at the next council meeting on June the 11th. There will be a final study session next Tuesday where council will give final direction on what they would like to have included in that budget. At this time, I'll respond to any council questions and then open it up to the public hearing from the public.
I think we're going to start with an opportunity for the public to ask questions. Do we have any public comments or questions? Okay. Are there any questions or comments from council members? I don't know what she's saying. Oh. Okay, if there are no questions, then I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor is to close the public hearing. By a show of hands, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. I'll entertain a motion to schedule an agenda item on June 11th, 2019 to adopt the FYE 2020 City of Norman budget and the Norman Convention and Visitors Bureau budget with detailed annual plan of work.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor is to schedule an agenda item on June 11th to adopt the FYE 2020 City of Norman budget and Norman Convention and Visitors Bureau budget with detailed annual plan of work. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have motion to schedule the agenda item on June 11th passes unanimously.
Item 22 is an ordinance granting special use for a mixed building for property currently zoned C2 General Commercial District located at 1226 Classen Boulevard. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt. Second.
Their representative is already at the podium.
Council members, Madam Mayor Miller, I appreciate the opportunity to ask for this special use permit for my client Zane Fuel Incorporated.
You need to identify yourself as well.
I am Christian Ballard, a local architect, live here in Norman.
Okay. Do you have a presentation?
Yeah, I was told it was loaded on the PowerPoint, but okay. Okay, the property in question is there in red and hatched and indicated as subject tract. It's on the northwest corner of Classen and Boyd. The existing zoning is C2 commercial. There is currently a special use permit there already. Over on the west side of the property, there is a residence above retail area. See right there in red on the subject area. Out towards on the southeast corner, there is the overhead awning for the gas station, and there in the northwest corner is both the commercial on the ground floor, and there on the west side, existing commercial. And here's an overhead right about where that number 3 is where there is an existing permit for the special use already in place for the apartment. And as I understand it, I was not the architect of record, but this has actually been approved previously about 3 years ago. The new proposed on the north side retail as well as residential above. See, here's a floor plan which shows there on the northern side retail of about 972 square feet on the lower level and about 972 square feet on the upper level. There are 13 existing parking spaces. The new plan keeps all 13 of the parking spaces but adds an additional ADA parking spot. Here's a view of the existing retail space, and to the left there in that red colored brick, you can see on the lower level the retail portion and the apartment above. The proposal would create the same or similar situation there on the right or north side. Here's a view looking north on Classen, and here's a view looking south on Classen. So I'm here to entertain any questions if there are any.
Go back to the picture of the building and just point out again to me where the new apartment or unit would be.
Okay, you can see kind of there on the light post to the right of the Sooner Supermart where there's that advertisement in red, yellow, and white.
Right.
And that's where the new addition would be.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? Councilmember Castleberry.
From a facade standpoint, is it going to be like brick on the other side and still have whites, or is it all going to be kind of look like it's one building?
There is a requirement for, I believe 90% or 95% of each of the facades to have masonry, and the thought would be to kind of bring the building together. We have the brick over on the west side and then have the same color matching brick on the north side. So hopefully that answers the
But is the white going to stay, is it still going to stay white there, or is that going to be kind of?
There's currently no proposal to change the color of the building. That's actually I don't know if it's a cement brick or concrete block, but it's not a fired brick like it is over on the west side, but it would be kind of like columns on either side of that existing building.
This will just be a bookend to the Sooner Supermart. The Sooner Supermart's going to look the same.
That is correct. That is correct. Thank you.
Any members of the public have a question or a comment? Final council comments? Councilmember Bierman.
So just one comment. I have a feeling I'm going to be making this comment a lot here in the coming months. After our failed stormwater utility vote, I resolved to not continue to add to the problem that we are struggling to solve in this city. So I'm going to be voting no on this. It's not because of any issue with the project itself. It's simply that if we truly believe that this is a problem we need to solve, then we should not be making it worse, kind of death by a thousand cuts. So I'm going to be voting no on this, but it's not because of any issue I have with your specific project. Just we can't be continuing to add impervious surface area in a city that we struggle to maintain the infrastructure for.
Councilmember Castleberry.
I guess, point of clarification, this has already been approved? Or?
This is the final reading. I don't mean to mislead any of you. I'm saying on a previous occasion, this was approved, and I was not the architect of record, so I do not know why the owner did not choose to move forward with the project at that point.
Okay. I just, for clarification from your standpoint, you had made that comment last time, and you also said, unless something has been previously approved, you weren't going to do anything new. Previous commitment. This is not following our previous commitment?
Okay.
Okay.
Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading by a show of hands. All those in favor? Nope. Is there another one?
I'd like to recognize Jane for a second. I have a question for Jane.
Councilmember Hickman
Sorry.
wants to recognize our planning director.
Well, Jane Hudson, Planning Department, and this was approved previously about 3 years ago. The proposal on the east side did get approved just as it is on the west side, but he did not move forward with it. So yes, you're correct, it was approved previously.
Councilmember Bierman.
Then my question is, why do we have to come forward with another special use if it's already been approved in the past?
So the special use that was on the east side has expired because he didn't do it within the 2-year time frame. And the site plan that was approved for the special use on the west side didn't recognize the development on the east side, so he has to come back and get the special use for the entire building that he wants to have there.
Okay, so he still does need approval because it expired.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hickman.
I just wanted to say, I'm in this little supermart relatively often, and I remember when you guys built the building that's currently there, and I intend to support this mixed-use development. It's the kind of development that I think is helpful to this part of Ward 4, to have the opportunity for people to have a place to live, and the fact that this will be, I assume, not a multi-bedroom duplex with lots of people living in it, provides an opportunity for maybe a young professional to have a place to live if they want to stay in town, or empty nest couple or something along those lines. And so I do hope that you guys, I'm glad to see that you are here as an architect, that it's something to build that has a quality look to it and adds to the community. That would be my request, and I'm sure that you guys will ensure that that is what you do.
Thank you.
Plus, it's a great location. There's a good restaurant here across the street. You can walk over to that patio.
It's a good location, for sure.
Thank you.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading by show of hands. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. That was unanimous. No? Kate, I'm sorry. It was 6-1.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion is approved by a vote of 6-1. Voting against, Councilmember Bierman.
Item 23 is an ordinance amending the planned unit development established by Ordinance 00203-2 as amended by Ordinance 00506-9 and replaced in their entirety by Ordinance 00607-13 to allow for a senior living center including but not limited to memory care and assisted living with the amenities for the residents and their guests of a restaurant and bar with a reduced parking ratio for property located at northeast corner of 24th, Northwest, and Radius Way. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
So moved.
Second.
Is there a representative of the applicant?
Thank you, Mayor Sean Rieger, representing the applicant in this case. I'll try to be very brief for your request at the opening of the meeting. Let me take you quickly through it. This is the location. We are just north of the Terra Apartments in University North Park. So University North Park north end. This is Terra, if you see me circling around right there. And this is the site just to the north of it. Again, this is the existing 2025, which is mixed use under 2025 for many different uses across UMP. Again, Terra right there. We're just north of it right there. Zoning, again, the existing PUD. And we're requesting to amend that with the 3 provisions I'll cite to you in just a minute. Our site is 11.35 acres right here. There is Terra right next door to us. Radius Way is the street right there, and 24th Avenue along the left side of it. So this is the request. It's 3 requests basically to amend the PUD just for this site. We're not amending the PUD in any other location of UMP. It is this site only, nothing else. The request is for the allowance of senior living center. Under the PUD, it allows for residential up to 30% of the area. When you look at residential under your current Norman zoning code, RM6 allows for apartments, multifamily, just like Terra, but to do independent living or to do assisted living and nursing care, you have to have a special use. So we wanted to come forward and make sure that we're clarified that this will be allowed in this location. And this facility, I'll show you more detail in the next slide, but independent living would be about 100 units on the upper right. Assisted living would be 64 units on the red lower left, and then memory care would be 24 units on the lower right. The second request is for the amenities of restaurant and bar. You're probably wondering, we've gotten this question throughout the process, why a bar instead of a living center? Let me explain that. The reason is, and I'll show you the floor plan in just a moment, the bar is internal, as a pub internal, but what they have found throughout their facilities is that if they make it available to where people can come in and pay for that themselves, instead of putting it upon the resident, then you actually see a much greater interaction there, and you see a more of an inclination for people to come and spend time with those residents. But if we have the guest pay for that alcohol as a point of sale, we have now sold alcohol to a third party, not a resident, on that site. Technically, legally, that puts us into the category of a bar. We're selling alcohol, point of sale on the site to a third party. So we have to have potential ability to go to the ABLE Commission and approve that as a point of sale. That then invokes you into approving the zoning, because the ABLE Commission will not allow that unless the zoning allows that. So that's why we're here. So we need you to approve that. I'll show you in just a moment that it's an internal concept, but it's the legalities of a point of sale that brings about that request. The third request is the parking amendment. Under RM6 code, it would be basically 1.8 spaces for every unit. This is senior living, memory care. We do not anticipate nearly that need for parking, so we're asking for 1 and 1 on the parking allowance. That's the request. Here's the site. Again, the upper right, the blue would be independent living. The middle is the common areas, and then red is assisted living, and the orange is the memory care. This is the site plan to kind of close out the time here. Is the pub in the PUD is right there. You see the area internal. So the main entry, 24th Avenue, is over here to the left. The main entry is right here. They come into the facility. The pub is really just internal over here, but again, we want the ability for a third-party sale, point of sale, and that's why we're asking you for that right. The dining rooms are basically all around it. You see dining rooms here and over here. I just want to point out some pretty remarkable functions within this building: an art studio, a pool, fitness center, family game room, multi-purpose theater, dog yard, on and on this has for the residents of this senior facility. We're talking a very, really special high-end facility for senior living care in this facility. Really everything you can imagine, it seems like, is on that list. So pretty remarkable facility. We're excited about it. We think it will be a new improvement that is welcomed greatly into the community. There is a phase 2 on this planned. Again, not initial, but we want to have the zoning right to do it. The phase 2 would be off the north end, and it would basically enclose the independent living category into a full-on courtyard space. So that's the extent of the request. I'll close out with that. This comes forward unanimous at Planning Commission. Nobody came to pre-development. No comments from Greenbelt Commission. No protests. This is as clean as they come to you tonight. So happy to answer any questions you have. Representatives here tonight, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for the presentation. I know it's not required in this area necessarily. There's no design guidelines really, but I guess since the Terra apartments are a kind of urban form and come out to the street look and all that, was there any particular reason why they didn't design this building in that same type of manner since it's across the street?
Not necessarily. I will say, though, that we are subject to the Architectural Review Board. So the Architectural Review Board for all of UMP will have to look at this and approve it. So we will have to go through an architectural review process within the ARB. The question came up at the Planning Commission, the orientation to Terra. We have a public street that separates them. I think as to the specific design, this will go through a design process. This is just zoning, so really just a site plan. We haven't gotten to the level of elevations or details yet, but they'll consider all of that, I'm sure, as they go forward.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way the Terra apartments look, bringing it out to the street look, if that's possible with this. If not, I mean, I think this would be a good project, so
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mine's more of a comment, less of a question. I think it's, I really like this whole idea. I think it's kind of funny that you have a memory care center and then a bar so they can forget everything we learned. But I do think that's very welcoming for visitors, like you said, to spend more time with their loved ones at this place. And then you said that there are so no complaints from the Greenbelt Commission. I'm trying to remember this area, and I think it's pretty flat. There's not a whole lot of trees or anything of that. Yeah, it's just totally flat.
It is really quite flat. Here it is right here. And I'm sorry, Councilmember, I have a zoomed in shot.
No problem.
I looked
Looking
at it closer
looks
today,
good.
and I counted about 4 or 5 small trees.
Yeah, exactly.
That was it.
I didn't think there was a whole lot. I drove by earlier today. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Castleberry.
I wanted to clarify a question I got from one of my constituents. A lot of pervious surface here.
Mm-hmm.
Remind me, as far as this entire area, is each one of these lots have its own stormwater plan, or does the entire area have a stormwater plan? Or walk me through with the detention, how this is handled.
So I anticipated that you would ask me about stormwater, as with Councilmember Bierman's comments. So we asked the civil engineer, SMC, to come here tonight and talk through this as to the plans. We are fully accommodated with stormwater, but I will ask Terry Haynes, the engineer for the project, to come forward and talk through that in detail. Thank you.
Good evening. Terry Haynes with SMC Consulting Engineers of Oklahoma City. SMC was privileged to be involved in the master planning of UNP from Tecumseh all the way down to Robinson. So in specific response to your question, Councilman Castleberry, there is already an existing detention facility located on the east side of this development, right along the airport boundary of the UNP. So it'd be, as you're looking at the screen on your right side, it's off the screen just a little bit, but there is a elongated detention. So a portion of this property will go to the east. A portion of this property, as it turns out, even though it's flat as a flitter, so we say here in Oklahoma, with about one contour across the whole site, a portion of the site, the southwestern side of it, will drain to the west or towards I-35, and then the very north corner of the site will flow to the north. The master drainage plan that was adopted and approved with the original PUD shows that there will be regional detention, not similar to the one that's built on the airport property, that will be constructed along the I-35 corridor. You can see there is an elongated channel. It's the dark area just to the right of the I-35 text. Mm-hmm. That is the stormwater channel that was created through there. The plan is to slightly broaden out that channel on a temporary basis until the foundation understands and knows what's going to occur between 24th Avenue Northwest and I-35. And then that channel will also be controlled with a structure before it enters and goes off of the UNP property. That's part of the master drainage plan, is to have detention along that area. Same thing for the north. As it goes north, it crosses Corporate Drive. Is it Corporate Drive? Yeah, to the north. And before it gets next to the wire plant, there is a natural drainage area up there. Also, the master drainage plan shows that to be a regional detention that serves the entire area. Now, we're controlling the growth as far as the drainage is concerned. We don't want to lock in a specific location until we understand how the rest of the development occurs. However, in the interim, we're doing temporary detention in those two areas. We have the permanent detention on the east along the airport property. So we are controlling the developed runoff from this property. You asked a question about the impervious area. We're looking at about 80% of impervious area. So that's leaving about 20% of landscaping you can see from the previous plans. And it's not finalized yet, that we will have quite a bit of green space around it.
So this may be a question for you, or maybe Mr. O'Leary. In the stormwater bond that didn't pass, wasn't there a project in there to fix something over here? Or was that on the other side of I-35? It was like $500,000 or something like that.
Right, Councilor Sean O'Leary, Director of Public Works. There was a project, let me back up. Terry was exactly right in his explanation. Would only add to that, that as he described that runoff that was running southwesterly, that will actually cross I-35 and enter Brookhaven Creek. So there's actually 3 drainage basins: Brookhaven Creek to the west, Merkle Creek to the south, and Little River Basin to the north. So University North Park goes all those directions, just as he described. The project you're discussing is a Brookhaven Creek enhancement on the west side of I-35. And yes, it would have enhanced what will ultimately be the runoff from University North Park that was not funded through that project.
Doesn't the water come from University North Park, one of the areas from
It
the?
would actually go under I-35 and enter that stream, that system, Brookhaven, the northern, kind of the tier of northern part of Brookhaven Creek, and that project was designed to improve the crossing of Rock Creek Road, under Rock Creek Road, leaving that site. So one of these days, we need to make that improvement. This project and all the other projects in University North Park will meet or exceed our drainage requirements, so they are keeping all their developed runoff on-site or in detention basins. I don't think we can make them do more than that according to our development code, but that downstream system, like we have throughout Norman, really needs some improvements, and that's really the city's obligation sometime in the future through other funding sources.
So this will not, of course, Brookhaven Creek runs through Ward 3. This is not going to add to the current problem that we were.
That's correct. This will not make it any worse, but again, that accumulation, as all of these parcels in this part of University North Park become fully developed, at some point, while they are controlling the rate, which we require them to do, there's a great deal more runoff. And at some point, we're going to have some minor flooding concerns crossing Rock Creek Road from north to south. And we need to make that improvement in the next 5 to 10 years through some other funding source. So yes, that project would have been funded with the bond issue.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If I may?
Yes.
And just a point of clarification to what was just said. We're trying to keep the impervious area as low as possible. That's one of the reasons why we're also asking for the one-to-one parking, if you will. But also, we're designing it per the master drainage plan, and that is that the ordinance allows more than that as far as impervious area. Now, these detention areas, and they have worked. We've been studying these, including 2015 when we had a 500-year storm event. They worked very, very well. And so the detention area that is, the future detention area that pours into the same basin is designed to keep it at the historical runoff from the site. So, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Councilmember Bierman.
So I have 2 questions. One, Sean, maybe this is for you.
Okay.
What do you anticipate these kinds of units going for? Thrown a lot in there, some really incredibly fancy things that I don't think has ever been included in any apartment complex I've ever lived in. And so I'm just curious if this is the kind of facility that my grandmother could afford, or my grandmother who's won the lottery.
Yeah, I don't know, and it's always premature. I rarely get there with that question in preliminary planning of zoning, because they have to get into their cost controls of the construction bidding to really know what that amount
Okay.
is. So
For some reason, I got the sense that this was maybe either a company or a program that has been implemented in other cities. So maybe there were some benchmarks for that kind of thing that maybe.
This vendor has done this in other places as well, and I don't know, I don't think they're really prepared to give you a number tonight as to what their rent would be. But they certainly are heavily experienced in.
Maybe a better question would be kind of in what tier would these kinds of units be considered in the communities that they are in? Are these considered upper tier type living, kind of accessible, fairly accessible, or I assume they're not considered low income?
No, they're not. Again, I think it would be unfair to ask the applicant that at this point. I don't have an answer for you until they get into the realm of the construction.
And then my second question, maybe this is for Jane, but maybe you can answer this as well. This is simply an amendment of the PUD. So
Correct.
Without this, you could build any number of commercial type buildings, but to do this specific thing, you need an amendment to the PUD.
And I'll let Jane answer on behalf of the city, but my perspective on that is multifamily would be allowed just as Terra was, but to do the assisted living takes a special use amendment if it was RM6, and so we're here for that.
That's exactly correct. So the RM6 would require special use for nursing, convalescent home, and that's what they're proposing here as well. So that's why. And then on top of that, the bar use, they needed to get special use for that as well.
But without really any specific permission, they could build any kind of other RM6 approved units.
I would say yes. I mean, we'd have to see exactly what they were proposing, but yes, if it was a multifamily, it would be similar to what is on the south. So, yeah.
Thank you.
If I can add to that, up to 30% by the PUD.
Within the PUD, right.
Yeah, there's a cap of percentage of land area of the whole PUD that it caps at. I would think this site doesn't exceed that if you went to multifamily. So there is a cap to that.
Okay.
Right. I would add one other thing to Mr. Haynes' comment. Again, his impervious, he believes, is upwards of 80%. His stormwater is planned as a master system for being 90% covered of this site. So we are well under what it is planned for.
Councilmember Carter.
So this land's owned by UTC, and that's who's selling?
No, the land's owned by UMP.
UMP.
UMP LLC.
Yeah, yeah. And so who are your customers? I'm curious, are they local people from Oklahoma, out of state, or?
Who are the customers of the residents that would be?
Who are the owner, who's wanting to build this?
The vendor is 310 Investments LLC. MedCore is one of the entities, basically a subsidiary to them.
Are they Oklahoma companies, or?
I don't know what their investment profile is. I don't know what their ownership is within the company.
Councilmember Higman.
Hey, Sean.
Councilmember.
My recollection of this PUD is that it's broken up by percentages, by groupings, like I think you said, X% residential,
Right.
X%. So what I want to make sure that I'm clear about, and kind of we're clear on the record, if you will, is will this PUD, will the percentages stay the same for all of the rest of the area? Or are some of these or is what's being developed here going towards residential because it's multifamily in a manner of speaking, the RM6? I mean, I don't know if that's a conversation you've had with staff or not, but I'm envisioning that whoever is sitting up here in 4 years and, the fourth PUD later doing chunks of this, could look back at the original overall PUD and be like, okay, are we adding up percentages and what percentage are we at right now? Because you noted that we're not changing the underlying PUD. And so what are your thoughts on that? Just so I kind of can have in my mind what we're thinking.
It's a great question, and we hadn't talked about it.
That's why I asked that question.
Yeah, it's a great question. We haven't talked about it at all. I don't know if Jane's talked about it within her department either. Again, the percentages are 30% residential, 40% industrial, I believe, and another percentage for commercial. I'm not sure how you would qualify this, whether you can do within a commercial site a nursing home, for instance. This has memory care, which is skilled nursing, but the independent living would fit more in an RM6 component of simply apartments. And then you have the middle ground of the assisted living, which has a mix of both. So we haven't made that determination and haven't been asked to make that determination. I don't know whose determination that would be as to what percentage category we fit in, whether it's commercial or residential. Probably the predominant part of this is residential, I would say.
I would just say for you and for staff, I don't have a strong feeling about it one way or the other. Just want to be clear about that. But I do think it's probably prudent if we have that conversation. And I understand this is a new zoning, and it's sort of like, you can put the frog in the pot and boil it, and the time you figure out that the frog figures out you're boiled to death, it's too late. I didn't want to get to a point where we've done so many individual PUDs, we haven't looked at the big overall PUD, because I assume that big overall PUD was put in place to kind of try to maintain a balance of the type of development that happened up here.
Right.
And so I wanted to, because as I think I actually was a little, I'm not a huge fan of that original PUD because I've never really seen one done in such a generic way where it's percentages without it broken out. So I appreciate the fact the way you're doing this, because as you and I know, that's kind of the more traditional approach.
Right.
So I just, whether you allocate these uses to a percentage under the existing PUD, or we just say next time you bring something forward in this area, we have the conversation about what percentages it's going to fall under, and see, so we can see if we get to a point where we need to change the overall master plan PUD. I'd just like for y'all to have that conversation, because I think that's important.
I think actually, again, we hadn't talked about or thought about it, but frankly, that would be helpful for UMP LLC, I would think.
I would think so too. So they kind of know what we have left to work with.
Yeah. I think that would be great to know where we stand and have those percentages rolling. I would appreciate that very much.
Because I think for us sitting up here on council, the idea of having kind of a master plan for this development is a useful tool. And right now, what we have is kind of those percentages. And so it's good to kind of have an idea of, if we approve this, how much of the percentage of the residential is it going to be, how much of the commercial is it going to be, et cetera. And so I would just appreciate y'all having that conversation. And next time we have a PUD like this, that would maybe be my follow-on question is like, okay, what do we have left now, residential, commercial in this area? Because I think to some extent, sometimes the placement of where we might want things to go, thinking from a big picture planning perspective could be impactful. And it could be helpful to you guys as well.
Yeah. And sometimes, just to add on that point real quickly, I know we're trying to rush, but there are times when they don't fit a particular category very well.
Yeah.
So.
And I support this development. I think I've seen projects like this up in Oklahoma City. I've had family members that have been in places like this. And so I think that kind of a turnkey is how I put it, facility where you can be independent and all the way through the process, can provide stability for a family and for a patient. And so I'll reserve any comments on the restaurant/bar. I understand that part, but I do think this is a facility that I don't believe we have one like this in Norman right now.
I don't think we do either. No.
So thank you.
Well, that was kind of what I was going to say, not exactly, but in thinking about seniors, and many of my friends are seniors, I'm a senior, I know that the issue, and this will not be affordable housing, I understand that, but this need for levels of care all in one location is particularly important to families. When you have, people can start out in the senior living area, the independent living, and then if one member of the family it becomes more serious or needs more medical care, then you can move and keep people in the same vicinity. And I just know that we have a growing number of seniors, and we do not have enough housing and the appropriate kind of housing. And I think this is really important for our community to continue to add different kinds of housing, and this multi-level of service is really, really important.
All right, so, thank you.
Councilmember Scott.
I have a really quick final question, just thinking about the weather and everything. Will this design have shelters on site?
In the bar.
In the bar.
Oh.
Again, preliminary, I know they're looking at it and considering it. I'm not sure if the final design will incorporate that or not, but they're looking at that, yeah. They have to in a lot of ways for ambulatory reasons of the residents, but I have not seen a final design yet as to what that will entail.
Just thinking, since it's a senior living facility, I think it would be really great if they had somewhere to go on site that they didn't have to drive or go very far or put in too much. And I know it's probably not what you have control over, but just thinking about those things.
Yeah, at a zoning level, we don't typically get into that, but definitely that will be something that we'll be looking at as to how to handle.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments? The motion on the floor. Oh, we haven't had public comment. We talked so long. Any public comment?
Mark Campbell, 127 West Acres. I used to live at an independent living center, and it would have been a nightmare if alcohol was readily available on the property. Since the petitioner mentioned Terra, I have a question. Does Terra have a bar? Do we know? I looked online and I can't find any mention of a bar, and so I'm wondering if this is really for family or friends or if it's to serve college students. Will the bartender be a doctor? Will residents be allowed to drink? Will they have a medical clearance to drink? Could the city have any liability? You might as well be putting a bar into an emergency room. And finally, does bar revenue go back into programs for those living at the senior living center? And I also consider the University of North Park TIF as something that all of Norman residents pay for, in that we don't get an equal share of property taxes back, and I think it should have inclusionary housing for different levels of assisted living or senior living. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Final comments from the council? The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading by show of hands. All those in favor? That was 6-1. With Councilmember Bierman voting against. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been to approve the ordinance upon final reading passes by a vote of 6-1. Voting against, Councilmember Bierman.
Really take a quick break, please. Right now. Okay, if everybody would return to their seats, please. We don't have to let it, we don't have to let, if she gets in there with the, well, I don't know what she's gonna. We need to get this sheet up. Item number 24 is an ordinance amending the animal control ordinance to clarify definitions related to adequate shelter, the Animal Welfare Center, foster homes, kennel classifications, and owner, and adding definition of service animal related to the administration of the animal welfare, including duties of the supervisor and manager, fees, release of impounded animals, sale and disposition of animals, owner relinquishment of dogs and cats, and pet licenses related to animal cruelty, nuisance animals, and the reporting of found animals related to tethering, confinement, prohibition of dogs and cats in certain areas, sale of dogs or cats, interference and provisions related to dog and cat waste, related to keeping animals other than dogs and cats, the use of animals at festivals, carnivals, and similar events, movement of livestock, and imposing restrictions on the number of large reptiles allowed, related to dangerous animals, and providing for the severability thereof. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone this again until the first meeting in July 9th.
We have a
Second.
Okay.
We have a motion to postpone and a second.
And I can speak to why if you'd like.
Okay.
I can speak to why. So we postponed this last time to kind of get some clarity about how the amendment, how we'd be voting on the amendments. There are some other issues with a couple of them, but I know I feel pretty confident on how I'll be voting but if it's tonight or if it's in July. However, one of our council members who worked really hard on these things is not here tonight, and I think that she would like to be able to, because of an emergency, and I know that she would like to be here to voice her support of these amendments. So that's why I'm saying we should postpone, but I have no issue voting. I know how I'll be voting.
Councilmember Hickman?
I'd like to see if Councilwoman Scott would consider a friendly amendment to make it July 23rd, the second meeting in July. And I ask that simply because we will have 2 new council members seated, and that will be their first meeting, and to give them an extra 2 weeks to...
No one gave me that kind of great. Do you remember what we were voting on when I took last year? I don't think so. Yes, I accept your friendly amendment.
Well, it'll be a new mayor as well, so give her a chance, to settle into a meeting without maybe,
Playing favorites
Thank you.
now.
Thank you, Councilmember Scott.
No problem.
Okay, we have a motion with a friendly amendment to postpone until July 23rd. Councilmember Castleberry?
Oh, my question was why? I'm a little, I don't know, I guess. Last meeting, we talked about this, and I made a motion to postpone to July, and everybody was against that and wanted to vote on it quickly, so I'm just wondering what changed in 2 weeks. Did I get smarter or wiser, or, I don't think that's the case. I don't think anybody would say that, so. Yeah,
Just that Councilmember Wilson is not here tonight. I know that she would like to be here. I know she's also in a state of emergency, so.
Do we know that she'll be here the 28th?
I do not.
I mean, no, you can't.
Yeah, I don't know. But
We don't know whoever's going to be. You answer the question. That was my point.
Councilmember Bierman.
In addition to that, there's also been some question about how some of this particular language may or may not conflict with current state law. And so having this time would also give our city attorney some time to make sure that the language, that we're not wasting our time entertaining that we will actually have language that we know does not conflict with state law and can craft it in a way that makes that a little bit better. And also some hope that in the future, before we spend a year plus working on something, that we don't get surprised by any potential conflict with state law. So to me, that is also one of the prevailing reasons that is something that we should iron out, and that was not something that we knew 2 weeks ago that we now know today.
Councilmember Carter.
Well, I'll be voting against postponing because we debated the urgency of this 2 weeks ago. You know, I think we heard all about the dog on the hill, and we heard all about the hold times and how urgent it was that we move forward with this. We have members of the business community here today. We have members from the Animal Welfare Oversight Committee, former members of the Oversight Committee. We have staff prepared to move forward with this. We've had the time. I feel like it's a prudent thing to do is to go ahead and move forward tonight. Let staff make their presentation, and let's debate the issues.
Any comments from the public? This is just about the motion to postpone, nothing
Yes,
else.
ma'am.
Okay.
My name is Ronnie Cusack. Mayor, thank you. Councilman, thank you. We took time out of our day to come down here because this was on the agenda. And now you want to postpone it, from what I understand, again. Are we going to come again, and is it going to be postponed again? She had something serious came up. But why couldn't they have put a postponement in that before all these people came to this? I think we should hear it. You should listen to the people and vote on whether you do it or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, Mayor, I also took time out of my evening to be here tonight.
Would you
And
identify
my name is Tracy Williamson. I work for law enforcement here in Norman, longtime resident, animal owner. And my representative is not here tonight because of an emergency. And I really think a postponement is a good idea, especially if there's some question about the law. It's, I'm sure, inconvenienced everyone last time it was postponed, but let's do this and let's get it right. So I'll take time out of another day to be here if it's postponed. Thank you.
Mary Catherine Long, Ward 2. I took time out of watching Damon Lane to come down here. So I also support this move to postpone. I think it's important to have council members who participated in the process of developing this. And I also think that I would encourage my fellow citizens to look up preemption in the dictionary, and that will tell you why one of these ordinances may not even be legal according to state law, and consider talking to your state representatives and senators about that. So yes, please postpone this.
Flash flood. Yes.
Mark Campbell, 127 West Acres. I'm for postponing because I want to send pictures of Orangey, Missy, and Moon that are cats that I help take care of that are feral, that I could not afford to take ownership of, but that I care for. So I'm for postponing. And I'm going to submit pictures to tug at your heartstrings. Okay.
Other council comments? Councilmember Scott.
Yeah, just really quick, if for some reason this postponement does not pass, then I will be just upfront with you guys. I will ask that we do postpone the using animals as entertainment One, because I am cognizant of the preemption and that we just may not be able to do that or enforce it due to the state law that we've been made aware of. So in case this one does not pass, that I will be making a motion to postpone that piece of it either way. That's all.
So my comment about it is, if the concern is about the amendment that has to do with animals being ridden and being in festivals and circus and that kind of thing, that is the one of the amendments that is impacted by state law. I don't believe any of the rest of them are. And I can understand maybe wanting to either vote that one down and work on it some more, or bringing it back, but I don't think that's a reason to postpone all of them. There are many parts of this that I think all of us already agree on, and I think it's time we go ahead and have a presentation. We've got a whole line of staff there. We've got a lot of people that came to hear this, and I think we should move forward with it. So, are there any other comments from Councilmember Castleberry?
I also am not going to support the motion to postpone, because a lot of what we're talking about here is kind of cleanup language, and I don't see any reason to postpone that. Now, I do agree with you, the sections on the 503 or 530, whichever one it is, that's a different deal. But I don't think we need to postpone this whole thing. And actually, I think it'd be better if we went ahead and voted on this, so that under that scenario, the only thing we're talking about that meeting would be this and the state law preemption. So I think we've got people here. We postponed it last time. I think we've all gotten our emails. I'm ready to move forward on this.
Comments? The motion on the floor is to postpone until July 23rd. Council members, you may cast your vote. Mine's not on.
Yeah, it is. Oh, hang on, Star. Sorry. I'll vote. Motion fails by a vote of 4-3. Voting against, Councilmember Carter, Councilmember Castleberry, Mayor Miller.
The motion to postpone
Fails. You need 5 votes to pass any
that's
measure.
right. You got to have 5. Okay. Councilmember Hickman.
I don't know what the right procedural maneuver is, but considering that a majority of the council members that are here present voted to postpone, I guess, I don't know if it's a motion to reconsider, and that's part of why I didn't speak up before, but part of why I support this postponement is that we have 2 council members that are absent on what is obviously an important issue. Look at the people in the audience. Look at the time and effort that's gone into this. We already have an example right now where a majority that are here want to do something, but because of a procedural rule that requires 5 affirmative votes, just so everybody understands, it takes 5 affirmative votes to pass something. So you could have a majority of your council tonight vote to do something, but that would not become effective because there's not 5 of us saying yes, but maybe things like just happened, a 4-3. So a majority of us want to postpone, but we will not be postponing because of a procedural rule that requires 5 affirmative votes. So when you have 2 people absent and you're on the side that opposes something, yes, you want to push forward because it makes it a lot harder for those that support something to get the 5 votes. That's, politics and gaming the system is one way of looking at it. And so to go forward tonight with 2 people absent when a majority just wanted to postpone, I think would be inappropriate. And I would ask for, again, I don't know, Brenda, if it's a reconsideration.
It has to be from the
Prevailing side.
prevailing side.
So one of the members that voted no would have to make that.
Well,
motion.
I'd ask them to reconsider, considering that a majority has spoken, but the will of that majority will not be fulfilled in light of the procedural requirement.
I I don't hear anybody asking to reconsider. So we are back to the ordinance. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
So moved.
Second.
At this time, I'd like to recognize Jeannie Snyder.
I'm Jeannie Snyder, Assistant City Attorney. So, Mayor and council members, we're here tonight, as we all know, about the amendment of the Chapter 3 ordinances. Just a quick overview. It was discussed before September 2018, but it started being really thoroughly discussed at the Animal Welfare Oversight Committee starting in September and did a thorough job through January 2019. There was a public meeting held on November 24th in these chambers, which was a pretty lengthy meeting. I think it was 2 or 3 hours. Following in December at the Animal Welfare Oversight Committee meeting in December, we spent a long time going over each of the sections. We had a city council study session on March 5th of 2019 where we discussed this, and then we were here on the 14th and it was postponed until tonight. First off, I'm just going to go through as a quick summary before we get to the sections that are going to require a little more discussion. And you all have it in your packets, and it's been out. We started with some, I'd say, housekeeping items, and then there were some other amendments that were a little more than housekeeping, but none of them are opposed. It was items like changing the definition for adequate shelter. We wanted to make it a little more firm, so we added things like structural soundness with 3 sides, bedding material, and we've added that. We added in a definition for service animal. There are a number of changes in there throughout it that since we now have an animal shelter manager, we needed to add that into the ordinances so to firm up his authority. We did change the definition of owner, that anybody who keeps an animal in excess of 40 days would be the owner, because we've also added a new section on reporting the lost animal. So if you find an animal, we're going to require that you report it. There were some minor changes to the exotic wildlife and native wildlife that we discussed quite a bit, and we got it down to those definitions, and everybody was satisfied with that. We are going to talk about one section in 205, Part A, but there were some changes in there that we've not had any concern about, but it was for if we had a legal seizure or arrest, what we can do with the animals. And then there are times that we may need to seek an order from a judge of a competent jurisdiction, the district court, which we have done. And in terms of like if we came across a citizen that had mental health issues and the animals were taken, and then we take it into custody for safekeeping, and how to not just have the animal in the shelter for long periods of time, and the district court has always helped out with that. Captain Barber's going to go over the section 8 about that. We're also going to talk in just a minute, section by section, on 206. We made changes into the cruelty to animals, which everybody agreed with, so that, and it's in J and K on dyeing, coloring, otherwise altering animals, like for promotional items, like a little chicken or a bunny, I guess, at Easter. That's something that obviously we don't want to have happen to the animals. Section 3-305 is the reporting of found animals that I mentioned just a moment ago. There has been a change in that. It said that you should make notification as soon as possible. It was felt like we needed a more definite time, so we added 72 hours. We're going to discuss the tethering on 402 in just a moment. Also, the confinement of dogs and cats in 403, and also the new section of 503 and 505. Lots of changes in here have to do with numbering, and I will make sure that we've got them. I thought I've gone through and make sure everything's numbered properly, but we will do that before it hits Muni Code so it doesn't get published incorrectly. So at this time, I'm going to have Captain Barber, who is now reassigned from the Animal Welfare Division, but has spent the majority of his time there doing and being involved in all these changes, and I'm going to let him go over the 6 items there. And Brent, if you want to go through them. that's what's on the PowerPoint, so people can see it better.
This one? Or-
Did anybody have any questions before we start? I'm sorry.
I
to the
thought
next
they were
section.
just presenting on the,
No, he's going to go over these. He's going over them.
okay.
Section.
let-
But were there questions on what I just reviewed? I'm sorry.
Okay, let's do the first section and get the motion on the floor, and then he can present. First section to consider is an amendment to section 3-205 regarding notification of residents when a cat is re-released on their street. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the proposed changes to section 3-205.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. You want to?
Police Department, Snyder mentioned a few of these components or these ordinance changes have some differences and a little bit more information to them. So we're going to go over them just a little bit. I know you all have heard a lot about them already, but just for clarification, on the proposed section 3-205, there's multiple different sections in there that are changed. The one that has drawn more attention and the only one that we've received any concern about has been section 8, which is the portion that's returning to what is referred to the trap, neuter, return, or the return to field aspects of getting animals back into the community if it's necessary or appropriate under those limited circumstances. The part I believe that's been more introduced or more discussed has been the residency notification of the people impacted by that animal being returned if that program were implemented. This is brought to you by support from the staff as well as from the Oversight Committee both, and with that addition I don't think will cause us any concerns.
Okay. So is the notification right now, are we talking about door hangers or?
I believe so. Some of those processes and procedures will have to be worked out among the staff, but right now what we have discussed is with door hangers.
And the staff feels like that's manageable?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Council comments? Councilmember Bierman?
So I appreciate adding the notification requirement. One of the things that was brought up is that, if someone, particularly in core Norman, probably not so much in far east or far west Norman, has a cat, feral, that's trapped on their property, that they have the ability to say whether or not it comes back. But as we all know, feral cats are not just going to stay on the property that they're re-released on. So I appreciate adding the notification requirement so that neighbors, however far staff feels they want to go with it, has the ability to give comments or protest or, be able to give their opinion on whether or not a cat should be re-released on their street. I think that this is something that by leaving it kind of broad and able for Norman Animal Welfare to make their own decisions on that, that we can kind of find that balance and not be too overly burdensome on you, but also make sure that residents, particularly in core Norman, have the ability to be aware and then give feedback if a cat is going to be re-released in their neighborhood. So I appreciate it.
Comments or questions from the audience?
It says, Mary Francis, 850C Carnal Creek. It says notification of residents shall be required when a cat is re-released, not when they will be. So notification could come after the cat is re-released, according to the way it's worded here.
Captain Barber?
You're right. That's the way that it reads. I think the intent from the staff is, of course, to give some sort of brief notice to make sure that those aren't concerns. I know that was the direction of the council and the concerns in the community. I think that's reasonable.
Does everybody feel, that was my understanding. The intent is to let the surrounding neighbors know before the cat is released. Other questions or comments? Council members? Yes, sir. You come up here, please.
Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Nathan Coonert, 1723 Cadell Lane, Norman. Good evening, and please bear with me. I'm kind of a holistic thinker, and this paragraph is going to require me just to give a little underlying background information on why I'm very passionate about what I'm going to propose here. I think I'm not a big fan of free-ranging cats, feral cats. I think that you all have read my public comments, and I made that pretty clear. My priorities are human health, private property rights, and wildlife conservation. Per the Center of Disease Control, toxoplasmosis is responsible for 750 deaths in the U.S. annually, and cats are the only known definitive host. Free-ranging cats account for majority of human rabies exposure. Certainly the leading domestic animal that is the vector of rabies. CDC backs this up. Obviously, I've commented, of course, on the huge mortality of wildlife from free-ranging cats. Between 1.3 and 4 billion birds here in the United States are killed annually from cats. That very well may be not only is that the leading anthropogenic cause of mortality, but if you take all of the leading anthropogenic causes of bird mortality, that still may not come up to this value of what cats are causing. But unfortunately, I've seen a trend in Norman that actually is going in the wrong direction, and the trend seems to be almost making it kind of natural that these feral cats, free-ranging cats, are part of our community forever. And you know, that started really, frankly, back in 2007, I think, when City of Norman, through a partnership with a 501c3, allowed that organization to pretty much run a trap, neuter, and return program. A couple years ago, there was a barn cat program that the City of Norman also enabled, if that's the right term. And just a couple years ago, City Council voted on an adoptable no-kill policy that basically, I think the definition of adoptable no-kill is greater than 90% live release rate. And that's very, I certainly kind of applaud that effort, but there is another side to that equation. The efficacy of trap, neuter, and return to field is very highly debatable. I believe that TNR is frankly a very sloppy program, especially for a large, well-educated community like the City of Norman, a community that is risk-averse. You know, you can't manage what you aren't measuring, and currently, with most programs of TNR, there's really not a cradle-to-grave chain of custody that can really understand the fate of these cats and truly what's happening to the cats. You know, I mean, the proponents of TNR will say attrition is much more humane than actually euthanizing the cat. But attrition, in many cases, is comprised of cats dying from diseases, cats being run over, attacked by other wild animals, in addition to the augmentation of the feeding that goes on in these trap, neuter, return colonies. It's attracting other rabies vectors to these feeding stations, so it just kind of cascades the problem. And so that's a major concern of mine. I truly believe that the peer-reviewed science is overwhelmingly in favor of what I just mentioned, that the efficacy of TNR is just not effective, certainly in relation to trap and remove. One peer-reviewed research showed that 50% humane euthanasia would reduce the feral cat population by 10% annually, whereas you would actually need at least a 75% success ratio of spay and neutering of those cats to actually at least hold the population stable. Again, there is an overwhelming amount of peer-reviewed data that I believe backs what I'm claiming. Especially when you take scalability. Most of the TNR studies that have been done have been very isolated, have been like on a college campus, a very small scale, a very small system, if you will. You know, many systems have multiple variables. And when you start applying scalability, going from, let's say, a bench scale experiment all the way up through a pilot, all the way up through a pure operational scale, again, TNR just does not hold water. It just has not ever been proven to be successful on a community-wide scale. Return to field is another tool in the tool belt of the animal welfare and especially the animal rights advocates' toolbox. Return to field, as I interpret it, is really a wild card that that these 501c3s and now apparently potentially the city of Norman itself can use as a wild card to pretty much put any cat back into the neighborhoods when they can't find a place in the actual barn program or in the shelters or in the colonies themselves. And RTF really flies in the face of the nuisance law, which currently is really the only recourse that a resident has when they are troubled by a nuisance cat. And it just weakens that nuisance law anymore, even more. It's just not me, it's just not just my opinion. I can give you dozens of organizations, especially here in the U.S. and even within our own adjacent bordering states. Texas Parks and Wildlife have spoken out against TNR, free-ranging cats. National Wildlife Rehabilitators Association, Colorado Veterinary Medical Association, Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, and just recently, the city of Wichita really, TNR came before the city of Wichita City Council here just very recently. And the council went ahead and sent it back to the district advisory boards. And so far, 4 district advisory boards at the city of Wichita have spoken. And 3 of the 4 voted against TNR, and the other one was, I think, a 4-4 vote. So once it got down to the granular level, these boards started seeing that this was not some win-win panacea, regardless of what you're seeing when you Google TNR. You know, a lot of these leading NGOs for animal rights are saying that it's just a great win, but it really isn't. But I do also have some procedural concerns as well, so please bear with me. I attended several of the Animal Shelter Oversight Committee meetings, and unfortunately, I didn't observe any official representation from wildlife biologists or human health or from landowner rights. The committee primarily was in representation of the animals themselves. And I'm not saying that that's bad, but I don't believe it was what I would consider a well-diversified committee. I think a committee has to be represented by private property rights and certainly human health and wildlife. At the November 24th public meeting that I attended, Captain Brent Barber moderated. I knew I was already on I guess in sports talk, I was kind of the visiting team, if you will, but I kind of expected that the officiating, if that's the right word, would have been kind of fair and neutral. And I guess I shouldn't make too big a deal about this, but when Captain Brent Barber early on in that meeting said that TNR is a great, I think, benefit or service to the city of Norman. I thought that was pretty telling. I thought that was almost a matter of fact, and I think that is an opinion. And I believe, being that TNR had not even been on the ordinances, and it was actually being proposed as it is here in paragraph 8, I believe that was inappropriate.
Could you?
I'm sorry, I'll speed it up.
Come to a close.
Okay.
You've taken
Okay.
15, it's been 15 minutes.
Well, I apologize. What I really would respectfully ask, and this is in line with Councilmember Carter, this is a very divisive issue, and it really deserves its own standalone hearing type of forum. I don't expect you to take what I have to say. I mean, you can get varying opinions, but I believe that this needs a fair brokered process, because this is very important. TNR, again, it affects human health and private property, and I would respectfully ask that you would go ahead and strike this paragraph for now. We could take a pause and figure out how we could come together to have this more fair brokered process to hear a whole array of stakeholders.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other public, or do we have someone that in the audience is one of the staff members that would like to speak to the TNR, or one of the representatives that works in that area? Do we have anybody that? Because I think the staff's done quite a bit.
Certainly.
On this as well.
Our experience with it is we actually do partner with a 501(c) organization in town who does a TNR program with us, and their representatives are here tonight. I'm sure at some point you'll probably hear from them. They are a great partner with us and do a great service to us. All the work we have done with them, the case studies we've seen within our community of the cat colonies through the TNR process have worked great. Not only does it help within that community where the cats are coming from, and have taken over in some cases, but it also is a great resource for us when people are calling us. Their only other solution outside of these is continue to trap them and bring them to us and fill the shelter, which, as you all know, we have an amazing facility and a great staff, but it doesn't matter how big we build it, we can't trap our way out of that problem. So it has worked fairly well from our experience and from our partnership so far with them. Is that what you're asking?
Do you get lots of complaints from people?
Of the ongoing TNR program, I did not receive one. From the time that I've been down there or affiliated with animal welfare, when we have community members who come in and say, hey, we have a big problem, sometimes they come into us because they have 10, 15, 20, sometimes 30 and 40 cats in the neighborhood or in a complex or like a downtown area. Some of them we catch on to because they continue to keep bringing us animals. And we ask them, where's this coming from? Oh, it's stray. I keep finding it in my yard. So some of those programs we proactively find, and then what we do is we refer them to that organization, explain the process to them, get them with them, and I never in my time down there or since being down there had any of them come back to me and go, that was ridiculous, it didn't work. It takes time, it takes patience, but continuing to trap the animals and bring them to the shelter just isn't viable. There's a reference made to the adoption rates and then the success we've had in the shelter, and that helps. Return to owner rates of cats is extremely low. Especially compared to dogs. I don't know why. There's a variety of reasons and opinions, but people don't come get their cats when they're trapped. And then near at the rate that we have dogs people come get their dogs, and it creates a significant backlog.
And the cats are also vaccinated, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, when they come into any TNR program, especially ones we would work with, they come in, they're vaccinated, they're spayed and neutered, they go through a wellness check, there's some temperament checking. We're not returning feral cats to an area, or would we recommend that they do that? Those, if they come into our facility, are outsourced into what we call a barn cat program. So there's people in our community and around the metro, and several others that do this who need those cats, and those more feral, interactive cats that aren't really safe around people, they go into that program. So they're not put back in there. If we have one consistently we're having problems with or feral type behavior, then they're not obviously put into that type of program back into the neighborhood.
Do we have any way of knowing if the feral cat population is shrinking?
I can't give you a number on it, no. I can tell you in isolated areas where we have specific studies, where we have a colony of a size, we can see a difference in it fairly quickly, especially within a few years through that attrition. And basically the process is they come in and they take out the reproductive potential for that colony. If we just simply remove them, if you remove the alpha out of that group, a new one's going to move in. And when they move in, they rebreed everybody. And the cycle just keeps going. So by sterilizing them, vaccinating them, keeping them safe, late nature takes its turn.
All right, Councilmember, any other comments from the audience?
I live in an apartment and I have a emotional support animal dog. I wish he had a companion cat, but I'm afraid they might get his eyes, and so I don't have one. But there are several cats at my apartment that I help take care of through a local nonprofit, Hands Helping Paws. And here's Orangey Baby. Okay, he likes affection more than he likes food, which surprises me because I kept thinking he was coming up to get food. Here's Orangey and Missy. They don't fight, they don't yowl because they've been fixed, they get along, and it's neat to see neighborhood cats getting along and not fighting. This is Walter with Simon in Andrews Park. Simon acts like a dog and hops up and comes up to you and goes up to random people, and he's very, very socialized, and I lost the rest of the pictures. But anyway, we have a little teenage cat that has come up, and my neighbors, when they left in December, in the middle of the cold winter, left their cat. And for people like me who can't afford another animal but would like to help provide care for an animal and work with a nonprofit to give them food and care and updates and see the animals improve, I think it's great for the community. So thank y'all for considering these changes. Thanks.
Councilmember Scott.
A question about this one, and then there may be another item. So there's, is this amendment that we're voting on, could it have negative implications for our no-kill status, basically? I don't want to have so many cats, incoming cats in the shelter that, and holding them for so long that we would have to start putting them down.
Yeah, I think without a program similar to this, that would be a significant concern for us, absolutely. The space in the shelter is very limited now, even with these programs. Right. What we're looking for is an ability to continue to expand those programs, especially if we're doing it with a nonprofit now, but if that program weren't available, we'd have to have an ability to do it ourselves. So yeah, without these programs, it would be a significant concern.
So with this amendment that we're about to vote on, and we're voting on each of these items separately, is this amendment going to affect your ability to make sure that the TNR program is successful?
It would, and for the length of the duration of the program, and to help solidify that it would stay for a longer period.
So then if we pass this, then it is possible that it will have a negative impact on the cats in the shelter?
No.
That's what I'm trying to...
Passing this would help solidify what we're doing currently and expand what we're doing currently to help benefit that. Okay. So it would not have a negative influence on us. If it did, I promise you I would be telling you that staff doesn't recommend it. We'll tell you that on a few of these ordinances here in a while, but this one we do request to be passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bierman.
So I just wanted to first give a little bit of shout out to the co-chair of the Animal Welfare Oversight Committee, Mark Howery, who is a wildlife diversity biologist. I just want to be sure that he gets credit where credit is due on that. But I also want to point out that what this would potentially codify is something that to a large extent we're already doing. So this is a program that we already do in a variety of ways. It just codifies it in ordinance. And the one thing that I would like to request, we do codify this, is some continued data collection on what this program has done for the citywide feral cat population. Certainly don't need to know the exact location of colonies, but how many colonies we have, how many cats are in the colonies, whether or not we are drawing down on the number of feral cats. I think that's the kind of data that would help clarify the effectiveness of programs like these and So that's something that I hope we can work on moving forward. Of course, I want to protect the safety of the cats, so not exactly where they are, but just some additional information, particularly if it's going to be taking some city resources, even if it's just vaccinating and spaying and neutering animals on occasion. But to me, that's one of the big things that I would like to see come out of this, is if we're going to be solidifying something that we're already doing, I would just like to see some additional data collection about how effective that program is.
Councilmember Carter.
Audience, and with each position that I take on each one of these issues, I'm going to make half of you mad, and I'm going to make half of you happy. Nathan, thank you so much for speaking up for wildlife. We've had long talks about this in the past. You've been a great volunteer for Wild Care. And I've had really mixed emotions about the TNR program, and I mean, Hands Helping Paws and what you've done for fostering and those different aspects of your organization are great. But to Councilmember Scott's question about the impact on adoptions, as the author and person that came up with the concept of, you know, adopting, we wanted a goal of 100% adoption of adoptable animals. These animals do not meet that criteria. Okay, they are wild, feral animals that are not pet options. So all of the concerns that he brought up are valid concerns about the impact of these animals on wildlife. And I think this is just another one of those examples, and there's going to be multiple examples of this here tonight, where I feel like the animal rights movement has got it wrong. They're going to bat for feral wild cats at the expense of millions of wild animals. And I have a lot of experience with this, and it goes all the way back. We had a football coach named Gary Gibbs. You'll remember him. And his wife, Jeannie, was a passionate animal advocate. Mark knows of her real well. Goes back decades. Well, Jeannie and my wife were friends, and that's how we became acquainted. And Jeannie, there was a pack of feral dogs living down on the South Canadian River, back kind of by Riverside Church, down off 24th down in there. And Jeannie had me, I got a dart gun, and we started darting these dogs. And they were mainly chow crosses, very aggressive. And we would dart these animals, we would take them to the clinic, we would castrate them or spay them. It was a TNR for dogs. And that population of dogs, you know, I would frequently go follow them and check on them. And I eventually saw their demise because they were just basically became coyote bait and were savagely killed and attacked, and you know, just they ended up with a similar fate that a lot of these TNR cats do, you know. So are we really being humane? You know, I mean, a humane euthanasia at the hands of shelter is a lot different than being torn to shreds alive by a pack of coyotes. You know, so philosophically, I've really struggled with that. And this whole work that we're looking at tonight is a very complex body of work. And all of these issues are very, very complex. And what Nathan said was that this one issue here deserves a community debate. TNR deserves a community debate. I'll be voting against this tonight for that very reason. And I know Chairman Howry, who I think is literally the glue of the animal movement of Norman. His even keel, his quiet, calm disposition, his ability to sort through all of these diverse opinions of our community has been the reason that we've been able to advance to the degree that we've been able to advance. And he and I have had long talks about just the scope of this ordinance that we're considering tonight, and how complicated it is, and how these public meetings just began back in November. And you know, the controversy that they brought up, you couldn't even get to the depth of where we're getting here because the hours were consumed in whether or not we should have all the animals spayed or neutered. You know, there were so many controversial components to this that it was very, very difficult. So I think this validates TNR, and I don't think we're at a spot to do that right now. I think we really need a community-wide discussion about that. The animal community needs to talk about it, and I would urge you to vote against this.
Councilmember Castleberry.
Sorry, he answered my question. My question was, do we have a TNR program? Apparently we do. I didn't think we did.
We do. Councilmember Hickman.
This is one of the amendments to the animal ordinance that I've also really struggled with, like Councilmember Carter. For the public hearing, I was the person who asked for the notice addition to be added. While I think there's some, and I greatly appreciate the work of the Hands Helping Paws crew. I know they do some great work and have done a lot of great work for our community. And I really appreciate everything that they've done. But representing Ward 4, I've always felt like when I vote up here, I have to vote for the people that I represent. And I will have to say that I have received, not just in regard to this animal ordinance, but over the time that I've been on council, numerous people reaching out to me about feral cats. And just in the time that I ran for my, 2 times I ran for council elections, even at the doors, I've had people point out to me the feral cats in the area, and those, you know, and have heard their complaints. I don't know if the TNR program would make it better or would make it worse. And because of, I guess, that confusion that I have, and I agree that I think that there needs to be data, like Councilmember Bierman mentioned, to see if this will be the best thing. And understanding Nathan and his words are reflective of some of the comments that I've heard from people, both on the phone, via email, and at the doors. I guess you would say I'm going to reluctantly not support this tonight. It was part of, well, I didn't express it as one of the reasons I thought we should have a delay. It is one of the reasons I also thought we should have had a delay, because I do think this is something that does require a little more conversation, and I am a little bit concerned about the potential implications. I also wasn't exactly clear that we were already doing this, which I guess if we're already doing it, then I'm not sure why we're seeking to codify it, but so maybe my vote doesn't really matter, I guess. But and that's not that I'm opposed to the idea. I want to be clear to the Hands Helping Paws folks. I just want to make sure we have the structures in place to protect both the animal, wildlife, but also the people. And I will tell you that as I was sitting here thinking about this, that I've struggled with, it was something that Councilmember Carter said that made me decide to speak up and to say I was going to vote no. And I had a domestic cat that was killed right outside my own backyard by wildlife, and killed in a very brutal, savage, non-humane fashion. And when Councilmember Carter made that reference to, the resulting outcome of some of these cats, including even domestic cats, at the hands of wildlife, because a lot of these cats are in and around the Ward 4 area and around areas where we have creeks and other things like that, it made me really realize that, is this the best thing? And I don't know. It may be, but I'm going to err on the side of caution, and I will not be supporting this amendment.
Other council comments? Councilmember Scott.
Yes, so we do have a TNR program, and this amendment that we're about to vote on would also assist, from what I understand of the questions I just asked. This would assist our staff.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then I will be supporting this because it's going to help our staff.
The motion on the floor is to approve the proposed changes to section 3-205 regarding notifications of residents when a cat is released. Oh, am I on the right one? Yeah, that's it. We got off of the notification. When a cat is released on their street. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion passes by a vote of 5 to 3. Voting against, Councilmember Hickman, Councilmember Castleberry, Councilmember Carter.
The next section to consider is an amendment to Section 3-206 regarding owner relinquishment of dogs and cats. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the proposal.
Motion to reject. Second.
Motion to reject.
That's what he said.
Lord help. Council questions or comment? Are we going to go ahead and talk about it anyway? Okay.
I can sit down if you prefer. This section changes or requests a change, again, unanimous support from the Oversight Committee and from staff. And what this is related to is we have a surrender process, obviously, where we take residents of the city who have animals who are unable to take care of them for a variety of circumstances, both dogs, cats, and all kinds of other critters. They bring them to us. What we're asking for is some language to clarify that we have the ability to set different days and times to help ensure that we have the staff available to properly intake those animals. And what currently happens, the scenario that brought this up, is that we frequently have, such as like this, when we have a long holiday, where on Tuesday morning, several of those animals show up to be surrendered on Tuesday morning. Well, that's also a very, very busy intake time with taking care of the number of animals that are in the shelter, as well as all the strays and things that are found in that weekend. By no means our intent is by no means to limit anybody, to take anybody away from the ability to surrender their animal. The goal is simply to help manage those expectations. If somebody couldn't come within those parameters, our goal would obviously be to work with them and make that possible. We do that currently. Even there's some people that can only show up with their animal, a scenario where they need to turn it in, but only on days we're closed or something of that nature. We would work with them as we do now. So what happens is when they come in and we're extremely busy, we don't get the time to sit down with them and get the information that we need about the animal's history and why they're really surrendering. I mean, instead of taking 10 minutes to just grab the base data and move the animal in, sometimes we don't find out what's really going on with the situation. By having that staff's time to sit down with them, work with them, get the information, we hope to be able to better situate them into a proper home if we can identify why they're leaving their current home. And sometimes that's hard. A lot of people are very quiet about it. They're very protective about what's going on at home, fully understand the concerns they have. But that's the goal. I know in some of our discussions the question has come in, is this just a policy, a procedural issue? We can just do it in-house. If that's the directive, we have some concerns, the wording of the current language to allow that, which is why we don't just do that now. I mean, if that's your all's directive, then of course we could go down that road, but that's what I have for this one.
So the amendment, that's all right, you don't need to get up again. The amendment is basically to allow the staff to have discretion to schedule times for people that want to relinquish their animals.
Yes, ma'am, when reasonable and practical. And several other shelters around here do the same thing. It's just a staff management and time management to make sure we're getting the time with those animals that we do.
And if you can't do that, if they bring them in on a day and you're all full and they want to give up the animal right then and it's not an emergency and you say, I'll talk to you later in the week, and we say, no, you can't do that, you have to take it when they bring them in,
So
then what happens?
Those are actually two different components. What we would do on this scenario, if this change were implemented, or if council's direction was do it through a policy, then we would publicize, hey, we still do surrenders, but we prefer you come in during these times when we know we'll have a little better chance to interact with you. Currently, the ordinance already allows the ability to clarify with people if they come in, non-emergent circumstances, not talking death of the owner, anything violent or concerning safety-wise by any means. But if they have the ability to hold off, then we put them on a wait list and we wait. If they are adamant that they release the animal, the current ordinance says that we have the ability, if not possible to house them, to find a suitable option to euthanize something else. We don't do that to make room. We haven't done that since my time down there. That's obviously not our goal. When we express that to people, they almost always say, absolutely, here's my information, put me on a list. That list usually only runs in the, peak breeding time into the summer. It varies. I'm not going to jinx them this year. But what we found is by putting them on the list, a lot of those animals actually are rehomed through other means, just kind of the convenient way for some people. But this would not change that part. This would only set those parameters and expectations to the public of saying, hey, please come during times when we have a chance to actually work with you a little bit more.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Wilson.
I don't understand in our current ordinances what your limitations are currently, or why we have to codify this in an ordinance, and why this isn't an administrative type handling.
I think the concern from staff has come into it talks about the word shall, which from a law enforcement standpoint is you will. And we had some concerns from some of the public perception and some of those expectations of people clarifying that, hey, we will still take your animal by all means, just giving us that authority and that empowerment to make those decisions when reasonable. Yeah, like I said, if your all's directive as a council and as a leadership body is, hey, you have the freedom to do that, be reasonable, go through the oversight committee, and do that as a policy, then obviously we turn that over to the staff that is currently there and let them go forward on that process.
I don't have a problem with that done as I have a problem with codifying it in this way. It seems like it wouldn't be universally administered through different leadership changes and that sort of thing. So I don't know why. I don't want to codify it like this.
Councilmember Bierman.
So in section 3206, part 2, it still does say if space is not available at the Animal Welfare Center, the owner may be asked to return on a later date for a scheduled relinquishment. So how is that different than what you're trying to add? Because I understand the use of the term shall, but it does then amend that in some way and say, well, yes, it shall, but.
Certainly. So what we're looking at is on section 2, which would not be impacted by this. It's talking about specific, we can't do it because we don't have space. And what we're talking about is we don't have the time and the resources for the people to spend with the animal, and with the owner more in particular.
And I do completely understand and recognize that even with our big, beautiful shelter and the increase in staff we've had over the last few years, that staff is still extremely stretched. But I'm a big fan of numbers, and I want to put a couple numbers to what this already means in how we structure our owner relinquishment. Because currently the shelter is closed on the second Wednesday of every month, second or third?
Sure, right.
Second Wednesday of every month. And we are now also closed an hour for lunch every day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're already starting to shrink the amount of time. And I recognize that those are for legitimate reasons. You do a lot of staff training and stuff in the second Wednesday of every month, and that the lunch hour is probably not just used to sit and eat, is my guess. But at the same time, on the owner surrender waiting list in March, there were 67 people on it. And in April, there were 92 people on it. And the average follow-up time was not just later in the week, it was 55 days. The mean was 45 days. So that gives you a sense, people in the public, of exactly how many people feel like they don't have any other option but to call the shelter and say that they want to relinquish their pet. And I would hope that even though 43% of people did not return follow-up calls, I would hope that they have all found other homes for their pet, but I don't know that we necessarily have the data to back that up. If 43% of people simply aren't returning calls, to me, that sounds like they don't want to tell you what they did with that dog. So I also have a lot of concern about codifying this, because what I don't want to do is continue to put the burden back on the public. I would much rather use this as an opportunity to fight for more resources for you. I think that what the ordinance currently has gives you the ability to kind of manage intake. And so I'm just concerned if we already have such a need for these services that we're averaging 55 days simply to return a call to someone who wants to surrender an animal, then that tells me what we need is to provide more resources to the shelter, not make it more difficult for members of the public to use a city resource. So I just wanted to put those numbers out there. I was pretty shocked by them when I heard them a couple weeks ago. And I just think it's good information for the public and also our fellow council members to have so that they can make a decision on this ordinance.
May I clarify that 55-day number? That's the time for them to be intake or have a space to intake them, not to actually call them back. They're
Okay.
contacted immediately.
It said follow-up time.
Yeah, that would be,
So that would be after they go on the waiting list.
so that's space into the shelter. But they've been contacted prior to that. They've
I
been
know.
contacted at least once. Fair enough.
I know, but that is a lot of
It's
time.
even worse than when I was down there.
I know. So, these are, I just want to make sure that, members of this body and members of the public know the struggles that we have at the shelter. And I just have a hard time putting more of the burden back on pet owners who, I know if I have another option of something to do with my dog, I'm not going to call the shelter. I'm going to find that other option. So I would much rather put us in a position to give you more resources in the future rather than try and push the problem away from the city. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone had that information.
Do the owners of the pets not have a responsibility towards the pet that they decided to get? I mean, I understand that there's reasons, but are we supposed to have an unlimited number of, we're not going to have that. And if you've got 52 people on the waiting list already that want their animals in, if they take them 2 days from the day they come in, they still can't take the animal. It's still going to go on the waiting list. So it seems like giving the staff, they've asked to codify this so that they have some guidelines that they can give to the public. I don't see that we're going to have enough resources to take every animal that every person says they don't want anymore, especially with a university full of kids that get little puppies and little kittens, and then when they move, they want somebody else to take care of them. I mean, you've got to be reasonable about some of this. Okay, Councilmember Hickman.
When we first amended the ordinance several years back, I think when I was on the Animal Oversight Committee, one of the very important amendments that we made at that time to me was to make it a requirement for owner relinquishment. I believe that the animal shelter, the services they provide are a service to our Norman residents, just like getting trash or recycling. You pay for this facility, you pay for the public employees that work there, and I very much appreciate all the work that Mark and Trey and the rest of the folks at the animal shelter do. But that's how I look at this, is I believe that if you have an animal, it's the service of the city of Norman to be willing to accept that animal surrender that you want to bring to them. I think that's part of the service that the shelter provides as a fundamental service to people of our community. And so when we made the last revision, we made it a mandatory requirement because the administration previously was playing games, for lack of a better expression, with how they were accepting owner surrenders and delaying them and putting people off. And we got many reports, I did at least, that people were getting frustrated, and some people went to the point they literally dumped their animal right outside the shelter gate because the shelter kept saying, we can't take it right now, come back later, and people would get frustrated, and we started having significant problems with animals being dumped. And so I wanted to be clear that while it is a mandatory requirement, as Councilmember Bierman said, the existing language says that the owner may be asked to return a later date for scheduled relinquishment. And so staff already works with the animal's owner to make it a time that can work best for everybody. My concern with the proposed amendment language and why I do not support it is that then it goes one step farther and allows for specific days and times to be designated for owner relinquishments. And many of us work full-time, and if the days that are set are Tuesdays and Thursdays, 2 to 4 o'clock, well, that may not be a time that many people can get by there to surrender their animal. And the way I look at it is if you are going to the point of having to surrender your animal, most of the time, I'll say, that's probably a very hard thing for you. You know, not something that you're taking lightly. There's maybe probably reasons in your life, whether it's a death, a move, financial reasons, whatever, where you have to surrender the animal. And so if you're coming down to the shelter to do that, I see that as likely a very emotional and difficult thing for you to do. And for us to narrow the window of days and times down that that's an opportunity for you to do, where you may not have that, be able to do it during those times, seems to me to be overly restrictive. If staff can work with the person when they come down and get them to come back a later time, I think that's great. And that's what they're doing right now. And there's challenges there because we have a waiting list. And we need to probably make that a higher priority at the shelter to the extent that we can. But I think it's going a bit too far to limit the days and times that an owner can surrender their animal. I just feel like that's going too far. And I guess I go back to what I said on the last issue and that Councilmember Carter said. I ultimately look at this from the humanity, or what's the most humane thing for the animal. And I fear that what will happen, if not is already beginning to happen again, like we saw years and years ago. And I think some of this was happening, we saw even more of it out in Ward 5 in eastern Norman, where you see an influx of animals being dumped because they can't surrender them to our shelter for whatever reason. And so, unfortunately, if people can't keep their animal, they will just drop it off somewhere and leave it. And that's certainly, in my opinion, the less humane thing than leaving the doors open, meeting with the individuals, and doing our best to have that personal discussion with them to try to come up with a solution versus limiting the days and times that we're making what I feel like is an important community service available to our residents. So I would ask my council members to support the motion to reject, which is why I propose it as a motion to reject, because this is a new proposed language to the animal ordinances.
Councilmember Carter.
Well, there's going to be a common theme with my comments here, and it's going to be about how we fought so hard to get them, the shelter, to accept owner relinquishments, on demand, and they do have wording here to schedule that, and two common things I'm going to talk about here is, how I believe the animal rights movement is the worst thing that's happened to animals, because an example of it is the TNR program, where we take feral animals, re-release them to be eaten and run over, which is how they die. They don't die of old age. They destroy wildlife. That's not a very humane way to go either. And in this circumstance, if we put a constriction on the days, it's just another barrier. And if we finally do get to that point where we have enough staff and all of those things, then maybe that's an option for us. But right now I see this as just, we're evolving as a shelter, and I see this as something that's going to be a barrier to owner relinquishments, which is going to mean more released pets in the country, which I see all the time. And the second theme is going to be about staff. I've heard Councilmember Bierman now talk about wanting more data on these feral colonies and wanting more this and wanting more that. And we're going to look at the snake ordinance here in a little while. And my main problem with the snake ordinance is that it's mission drift. How much time do we have to do what are the essential things? We need to focus on accepting these owner relinquishments and developing a fostering program to where those animals come in the door today and then they're fostered tomorrow, just like the good work that Hands Helping Paws does with our cats. That needs to be expanded. We need to be focused on the things that are important right now, and this is mission drift, and it's taken away from what I feel like is important for the shelter at the current time.
Councilmember Scott.
Okay, so I agree. I believe that anybody who owns a pet should be responsible. You take on a commitment that could be any number of years depending on what pet you're making a commitment to. And so it makes my heart ache to think that people would need to, if there's a reason they need to relinquish their pets. I do think we should be doing our due diligence to make it easier on them. I am a little concerned about this again. If people can't just relinquish their pets to the safety of our shelter, then they might be dumping them on the side of the road, resulting in those exact deaths. So that's my concern with this. at least, because I don't want to see more dead animals on the side of the road. And, but I do, again, think it's the responsibility of a pet owner to commit to their companion, at least to the best of their ability.
Other comments from the council? The motion on the floor is to. Oh, Lord. Public comments? I thought we'd already done it.
Hi, I'm Amy Tyler, Ward 5. I am really familiar with owner relinquishments. I've actually studied owner relinquishments nationwide as well as here in Norman. And they're complicated, that a lot of owners come to the shelter because they don't know what resources are out there. And that was the intention, I think, of this being written. And I think one of the objections is just the limited to specific days and times. And if that could just be appointments instead and leave it open-ended so it's not so restrictive to people, that it allows people to sit down and tell people what the resources are. So it's well known that owners typically come to the shelter and haven't really thought about what resources are available or don't know how to find them. So they don't necessarily want to get rid of their pet, they just don't know what to do. So I think if it were changed to appointments, that would solve a lot of the conflict that comes with this particular ordinance. Thank you.
Rebecca Bean, Ward 4. I just wanted to offer one correction and some very brief thoughts on this topic. We, as the Animal Welfare Oversight Committee, did not vote on this. I think it was said in the comments that this was unanimous. We didn't pull this out and vote on this issue separately. So we voted to send forward a packet, and then we also, like you all will be doing tonight, talked about certain issues independently and then voted on them separately, but this wasn't one of them. As far as the issue itself, it is tricky, it is complicated, but I'd like to point out that if we don't, if the motion carries and we don't codify this tonight, that the status quo would stay in place. And right now we're currently greatly limiting the animals coming in, as has been said. And my concern is on the other side, for the people that haven't found another option, who have already thought of the options or been given the information and, found that all rescues and other shelters are full in Oklahoma, and it's very difficult to rehome a pet. I have, 11 foster puppies I've helped with in the last week, and now going on 3 weeks, and still cute, precious, adorable little puppies. It's hard outside of the shelter environment to get those into homes. And what I see is the other side of this, which is puppies being given away in parking lots because we haven't taken them through the shelter. Highly adoptable small dogs waiting on waiting lists. I talked to one man last week who was trying to give away 2 dogs on Facebook that hadn't been spayed or neutered. And I said, well, have you tried the shelter? Because they were moving. They could not keep these animals any longer. It was a complicated, really tough situation for this family. And they said, the shelter hasn't called us back. He'd been on the waiting list over 40 days. And we see situations like this, and my concern is that we are even going to more greatly put the pressure on the staff to accept animals on these days when we don't know on the first Tuesday of the month or every Wednesday each week whether or not we're even going to have space. So what happens when someone shows up to relinquish an animal? Are we then forcing ourselves to make space, forcing availability? I think this sounds good on the surface, but when we see in other places where staggered or timed relinquishment has been put into place. Many shelters have rolled it back very quickly. They just have found that it's really frustrating. And I think what we really need to do, if what we want to do is connect with the public, help them find resources, and get these animals, prevent them from coming into the shelter to begin with, we would do really well to put someone in that position like the staff member that was requested. I know we can't afford it right now, but we've really got to enable the shelter to deal with the animals that people are trying to bring in as well as the ones that are already there. Thank you.
Any other council comments? I still feel like we've got a staff there that have made so many improvements at the shelter. We have so many great people that work there. A lot of it is because we've had a really good oversight committee. We've had a lot of good public support. We have lots of great organizations like Hands Helping Paws. But I think that we should help our staff as much as possible. I agree with Amy. I think the word should be appointments, but I think they should be able to make appointments, because if we have to take an animal at any particular time, then there's not going to be enough space, and we're going to end up euthanizing animals on the other side. So I think that they should have that discretion. So I'll be voting against the rejection. So we have a motion right now to, Councilmember Hickman.
I did just want to clarify, because what Amy said, and that's why I don't support this, or I do support the motion to reject, is that the current language says the owner may be asked to return on a later date for a scheduled relinquishment. So the current ordinance contemplates essentially an appointment being scheduled, when the person comes in and staff asks them. And if the owner is agreeable to that, then an appointment is scheduled. And so it already works that way. That's why there's the list of people that you've heard being discussed. And so I just wanted to clarify that I understand the issue with staff and the resources. They already have the ability to ask the owner to schedule a time to come back. And we've obviously been doing that because we have a good sized list of those folks that are on the list and are asking to come back. And so it either begs the question of, why do we need this? And if the reason to do it is to have more ability to more limit it to specific days and times, then I'm not comfortable with that. And so to me, it's either we don't need it because we already have it to make appointments, or we want to really limit it to specific days and times. And I think that's going too far, like some of the other council members have indicated. So I just wanted to clarify that for the general public watching and here tonight.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to reject section 3-206 regarding owner relinquishment of dogs and cats. Council members, you may cast your vote. Mine's not up.
Oh, I'm sorry. All votes have been cast. Reject passes by a vote of 6-1. Voting against, Mayor Miller.
7-1.
7-1, excuse me.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to recognize Jeannie Snyder to come back up. Oh, wait a minute. No. Oh.
Sorry.
Is this it? We're at 3-402?
Yes.
The next section to consider is section 3-402, adding a new section regarding tethering of dogs and cats. I'll entertain a motion to approve or rejection.
So moved.
Approve or reject section 3-402.
Second. So moved.
Second.
Okay. Jeannie, are you going to get up, or Captain Barber?
Thank you, Mayor. This section is referencing a new ordinance proposal that is regarding basically the tethering of dogs and cats when they're out in public. If you'll recall, this is a ordinance that had two proposals originally presented to the community and to the council based on that feedback and the input from this body as well as the public and staff. The one you're seeing now is the one that was very clearly pushed for by the public. So this is fairly straightforward in the ordinance itself. It would tell you the Oversight Committee also voted to approve this one. Staff does not support it. The reason staff doesn't support it is because of concerns related to the workload, the enforceability, and that we have current cruelty laws which already allow us to protect these animals when staff deems it necessary. We know there's some contradiction and some belief within some of the community members and others in reference to that. We understand that. But that is ours. We do know there are several other cities and municipalities that have similar ordinances. We've checked with most of them, and almost every single one of them, with the exception of one so far that we have found, have said, yes, we have it, we don't enforce it, because it's almost unenforceable the way theirs are written. Now, ours does not mirror theirs. We changed some of the wording intentionally to make it a little more enforceable. Our intent, obviously, if it passes, it'll be complaint-driven. But we have concerns with there are several animals in our community that don't live in a location where they have a proper fencing or adequate ability to secure their animal, especially dogs. And they do tether them out under some humane conditions. There are some that do not. Obviously, we understand and can deal with those, and we deal with them currently. So there are some concerns with those inabilities for people, especially with our very high rental rates and the increases that could be seen with surrenders and enforceability and things of that nature. Is where our concerns lie.
So if a dog is, since it would be complaint-based, that's what it is now. If
Yes,
somebody complains and you go out and see that a dog's been tethered and it looks like it's in a bad situation, it doesn't have any shelter, it doesn't have food, the neighbor said it's been on the tether for 24 hours, what can you do?
At this point, we would work with the owners, of course. If the dog's in imminent danger where the animal is, then we would seize it. We've done this before. We do it consistently as we need to. This one goes further and specifically prohibits animals from being tethered outside of times when they are supervised by humans, as well as in safe conditions. It does provide, and we fully support the idea that it does provide an exemption potential for the shelter staff and for officers for after-hours purposes, that if there's a circumstance where fences blow down in a storm or a person who is doing the right thing and we can go out there and talk to them and make sure they're safe about it and good, that we can provide those exemptions and work around that purpose. So really this does provide some additional protections for some scenarios.
Okay. Councilmember Bierman.
So a couple of questions. Do you feel that the exemption listed here, which is written, I assume everyone can see it, but yeah, you can see it up there. Do you feel that that limits you in some way to the kinds of exemptions that you can offer or when you can offer them or for what reasons or for durations of time?
The only part from my experience, and I may defer especially to Mr. Amrine, would be the temperature. And the only reason that has come up in several discussions is the breed of the animal. I know I personally have a Husky and a Pyrenees, and my Pyrenees would love to hang out at 10 degrees, but at 85 is not going to be anywhere near outside. So there's some concerns there. We understand, and those numbers came from the medical community and some very clear parameters to try to set some expectation. I think obviously our staff does a really good job of being reasonable with people if they have those scenarios, if they're short term. Again, if somebody's out with them, they're allowed to be out. So that would probably be the only one that really draws attention necessarily. Everything else in there I think is good. They're good educational components. We fully support that concept and again that education out there, making sure that people are doing it safely, because if it is done unsafely, and it is sometimes, then obviously it can be very detrimental to the animal.
And so, but in section 2, of course, there's no time limit for how long an exemption can be offered or anything like that.
Correct.
So,
We would just have to base that on reasonable circumstances in the situation.
and Norman Animal Welfare's discretion in that. So,
yes, ma'am. Yes,
okay.
and we're comfortable with that.
And second is just kind of a hypothetical. If there is no, under our animal cruelty laws, is there any length of tie-out requirement?
No, ma'am.
So if a dog has adequate shelter, has food and water, but is on a 6-foot tie-out 24/7. Would that fall under our animal cruelty laws?
I think in time it would. It wouldn't be an emergency situation where they would be seized immediately, but it could become that nature, of course. If we had a scenario where it was consistently going, we would work with the animal, with the owner, making sure those circumstances are taken care of, that they're either have a plan in place to work toward the animal and either rehoming it, fixing the scenario, or they're bringing it in. Sometimes we get complaints and concerns because people are reporting diligently what they're seeing, but they're not with it 24/7. Some of the problems some of the other cities have had is their ordinances say they have put a time limit in. We have concerns with that because then you have to, from a legal standpoint, sit there and observe the animal for that 2 hours or whatever. So they're all very, very case-by-case driven.
Right, but to kind of get to the heart of that is that if someone meets all of the other requirements, they could have their dog out on a 6-foot tie-out as long as there is adequate shelter and food and water, and there is no trigger in that would trigger under animal cruelty.
Under our current ordinance, I think as long as if it was left out there consistently, I would think there would be a concern there.
But we don't have a time limit on how long you can keep your dog tied out.
We do not by ordinance, no ma'am.
Okay. So that's really my crux of this, and why I do support this ordinance is because that we don't have the appropriate tools in our toolbox right now to handle that kind of circumstance. And I would argue that is no life for a dog. They might have food, they might have water, they might be able to scoot inside a shelter if it's cold or if it's raining. But because we don't have a length of a tie out or a limit as to how long a dog can be tied out, which as you've mentioned is not something that we can really put in an ordinance and have it be enforceable. To me, that's why we need this tethering ban with the ability of Norman Animal Welfare staff or commissioned police officers to provide exemptions for happy dogs or people who tie their dogs out for a couple hours in the morning or in the afternoon. But what this does is it makes 24/7 unsupervised tethering against city ordinance. And to me, that's really important because I have dozens of screenshots of people frustrated that they have been unable to address dogs that are tied out 24/7. We have gotten some pretty compelling testimony from a vet who has spent probably more time volunteering with dogs at the shelter and in dogs in awful conditions than every single person on this dais combined, as well as a vet on our current animal welfare oversight committee who spoke on this issue as well. So I do support the way this is written. I think that having the ability for Norman Animal Welfare officers or commissioned police officers to provide exemptions will give us some really important data as to what the need is for those exemptions and whether or not this ordinance is too broad or too narrowly defined. And so I think that this was a very good compromise after the public hearing, which brought a lot of feedback to get to this point. And of course, what it doesn't have in here is that chain, both in Section 1 and choke in Section 2 will be removed so that chains are not allowed to be used when tethering dogs at all.
Correct.
It is in our annotated version, just not in this version up on the screen. So I just want to make sure that people know that. So I appreciate all the work, especially that Jeannie has done on this, trying to really navigate through all the feedback that we've received on this in a number of different ways. And I think that we have found a balance that doesn't unfairly penalize someone who needs to tether their dog for a reason like a fence being down or a fence that doesn't adequately keep their dog in or other dogs out. So I am pleased with the significant effort that came into crafting this particular ordinance, and I appreciate everyone for their work on it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's hard work on the oversight committee and the years of conversations we've had. I know that I got on council specifically to make the community a better place for animals. Yes. Sorry, I've had a lot of cold medication tonight. No, I'm not. This ordinance specifically was brought to my attention by very reasonable people in my community, in my ward, specifically asked me to address this, and I was sort of shocked that we couldn't help the dog that was the subject of all of this, and that as a person who spent 10 years in dog-related field in rescue and seeing dogs in really bad situations, that I couldn't do anything in that moment to help that dog. I feel like this wording is like the perfect blend, and I'm happy to revisit it later if it causes some crazy problems. And I've got 2 more years up here, y'all. That this gives the tools to our wonderful staff that spend all that time out in the community, talking to people, trying to help them, that the ones that aren't wonderful people, that aren't being great people, that are just in a bad situation, that this gives our staff the ability to make that dog's life a little different. And I know that my organization and lots of organizations in the community are stepping up to help these dogs once they get in the system. But we have to have the ordinances in place to make the situations better.
Councilmember Scott.
I have a question. It is, if you need an exemption and you don't know that you have to have one, and somebody calls, do you get a warning? Is there like a, first strike, second strike type of deal?
Assuming the animal's not in an imminently dangerous situation where common sense would tell you that, then absolutely. There'd be an education component, just like we do everything else from the police department, whether it's animal related or anything else, is making sure they're aware of it and providing that exemption potentially right then and there if it's safe to do so.
Perfect, thank you.
Councilmember Hickman.
Captain Barber, my questions are kind of in follow-on to that. It's because the way I read this language, and I just wanted to clarify for the public out there, this is going to be complaint-based enforced, meaning if nobody calls to complain about a dog on a tether, then no harm, no foul. Is that right?
Yes, sir. We're not proactively going to drive neighborhoods in. Now, if we see one that's in danger, obviously we will interact.
Okay. And if somebody does complain, or we do see an animal on a tether, if this passes, I think kind of going to what Councilmember Bierman said, if, for example, they need an exemption because they can't afford a fence, you would have the discretion, the Animal Welfare Center, to grant exemption for that purpose.
If they can comply with the components in number 2 and keep it safe, then yes, sir, they would.
Okay. If their fence blows down because of weather, they could get an exemption.
Absolutely.
If they lived on 20 acres and didn't have a fence, and because they had a large piece of land, they could come to you guys and get an exemption.
Yes, sir.
And they only have to come to you to get an exemption if somebody complains, or you guys happen to drive by and see them.
Absolutely.
How many times do you recall, how many instances did your staff have to deal with Councilmember Wilson or others when it came to addressing the dog on the hill on the tether? My recollection, it was multiple times, multiple trips before things were, until the dog finally disappeared. Am I remembering that right?
We worked with that situation a few times, yes.
I mean, because my point here is that I see this as putting my lawyer hat on. Sometimes having a bright line rule makes things better. It's kind of like you said. To prove cruelty, you have to spend some time and build a case. It's not speed limit said 55, you were going 57, you broke the rules, I can write you a ticket. But rather, reckless driving. I have to follow somebody around for a period of time and maybe see them drive in a reckless manner because it's subjective, sort of. And to me, I see this kind of in the same way. If we pass this ordinance, tethering will be illegal without an exemption. And if you see somebody doing it, you could take action, and that should make your staff's job, I think, easier, because then it doesn't require building the case of cruelty that's going to take more time and more visits and be more subjective, arguably. And so I kind of struggle with the concept from staff that this is more burdensome, because I actually see it as something that should streamline your job, because now you have a bright line rule. They're either doing it or they're not doing it. You either give them an exemption or you don't give them an exemption. You're not having to go out there multiple times, make multiple observations, consider the length, consider the sheltering, considering all these other situational facts that might come into play in a cruelty case, but rather, are they on a tether or they're not on a tether? So am I off base there, or does that make some logical sense to you?
It does. In the current language, the final language that's presented tonight is, like was mentioned earlier, a good compromise from where we started. There were
and that's kind of where
many concerns from before.
And I think Yeah, I'm sorry. And I think that's kind of the point I'm trying to make is, at one point in time, there was language in here about the time periods during this window of time, and I agree with you. You know, I think that's part of why the compromise was to take that kind of language out. And because it's going to be complaint-based, I feel like it's better for staff to have a bright line rule on something like this with broad discretion for our community in trusting the staff and the smart folks over there at our staff to grant exemptions when necessary, when appropriate, to folks so we're not unduly burdening our residents, but we are taking action that actually gives, I feel like, staff the opportunity to be more decisive when there's things that, when there's a violation, for example, of the tethering rules. And so I just want to clarify, that's kind of my thought process, and I just kind of want to get your feedback on that, so I appreciate it.
So may I answer?
Yeah.
I agree, and our hope is that that's the perfect scenario, and we've done a lot of work, like you said, with the compromises and trying to come up with a good solution. Our concern still remains, and our hesitation for fully jumping in support of it is that the other communities we've talked to have seen surrender increases, they've seen euthanasia increases, things we're trying to prevent. Hopefully we've managed that, and as I think Councilmember Wilson said, if we mess it up, then we may have to come back. That's where our concerns lie, is based on those other concerns, but we're not following language squarely from another city, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Barbara.
Councilmember Castleberry.
While you're up there, walk me through, in your initial presentation, you said it was unenforceable.
So
I'm not kind of.
I understand. So we had our initial presentation, we had two different versions. There was one that would have been significantly unenforceable, which was just basically the can't tether ever. And the concern was, could we write dockets and charges on people? Absolutely. What it would have done is cause a significant increase with surrenders and euthanasia rates and things of that nature. The part that was totally unenforceable was the time limits and things of that nature.
I'm talking about what we're voting on tonight.
What we have up tonight, I think, is much more enforceable.
Okay, thank you.
Public comments? Okay, I'll make a final comment about this. Tethering, particularly seeing dogs that are left out, and we've all seen them, and they're out in backyards, and they're tethered for, seems like forever. They don't have shelter, the weather's bad. Sometimes it's really hot, sometimes it's really cold. So the idea of tethering, I think, is really an uncomfortable one for everybody. I had a lot of trouble with this because of the fact that we know in many communities it's not enforceable. And once again, do we want to do something that will cause us to have more owner surrenders? However, with the additional language that has been added, and with the staff saying that they think that they can use this, I like the fact that it has a description. I like the fact that it gives some guidance. None of us want those animals out there on a chain all day and all night. I don't want it to be impossible for people that can't afford a fence or live in an apartment and want to have a pet and put them out for several hours. I don't want to make it so hard that people can't have pets. So with that, I will support this. And I think if there's no more comments, the motion on the floor is regarding tethering of dogs and cats. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve Section 3402 passes unanimously.
The next section to consider is proposed changes to Section 3403 regarding the confinement of dogs and cats. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the proposed changes.
So moved.
Second.
Frog.
I think so. Thank you, Mayor. So this is in reference specifically to confinements of dogs and cats. Really what we're talking about is a ordinance relating to cats. This is another one of the ordinances that when presented originally to the public, to the Oversight Committee and to you all, had two different versions. Again, through that same input process, has been refined down to what you're seeing in front of you tonight. The Oversight Committee had some split votes on this one, but they eventually did recommend that it's passing. Staff still has some concerns and hesitations related to it, primarily related to the ability of animals that aren't owners that are against following some of the recommendations in the requirements in the ordinance of going out and capturing them and things of that nature and filling the shelter with them. Kind of the concept that we talked to with the TNR stuff. We've talked to every city in the state that we can find that has a similar ordinance. Only one city said we enforce it at all, and we do not even want to get into their statistics compared to how we run our shelter. They have more euthanasias this year in the first 2 months than we will have in the entire year. So it is not a proactive ordinance. It is not anything that we can do on a proactive basis, but it does give some education components in there related to the spaying and the neutering and the vaccinations and things, which are covered in some other ordinances, but it codifies it into one section to a little more logical area. The concerns that we would have, again, would be the number of animals brought into the shelter. The second part is related to trapping, safety, and things. Obviously, things we can deal with individually as we need to. But it is also one of those that, as we talked about the last one, that started with multiple versions and went through a lot of revisions, a lot of compromises to come up with something a little more appeasing down the middle, I believe, at least.
So is the problem that anytime a cat is out and a neighbor calls and said there's a cat just wandering around, then you have to go and check and see?
Yes, ma'am. That's our concern, is that public expectation that some people without that education, they will expect if they see one out that we're going to go out and trap it and fight it and potentially harm it and confirm that it's spayed and neutered and taken care of. Obviously, that's completely unreasonable and won't be able to happen. Now, if it's already contained, then obviously we would be able to take care of that as we would now. But that is where our concern comes in.
So this one's not my favorite. Anyone who's been following my positions on this one, I personally am not super convinced that dogs and cats need to be treated differently. I have concerns with enforceability. I also have concerns with, again, the, I guess, humaneness of it. I've heard a lot of discussion today about animals meeting untimely demises out in the public. And I, frankly, can't get a beautiful tortoiseshell striped tabby out of my head that I found dead on Berry Road just a couple days ago. So, that being said, the essence of a good compromise is neither party walking away perfectly happy and neither party walking away completely disappointed. And so that is kind of how I feel about this one. I really appreciated all the public input on it. And frankly, I think that this is a pretty good compromise between my preferred position, which is no cats at large, just like no dogs, chickens, ducks, goats, any owned animal, none at large, and what we have now, which is no restrictions. So your cat can be unspayed or unneutered and unvaccinated and be allowed to roam outside and continue to contribute to the feral animal population, feral cat population. I would assume that they're not really mating with any other animal. But so to me, this is a good compromise. Do I think that it's perfect? No. Do I think that every single person is going to comply with it? No. Do I think that most people who want nothing but the best for their cat are going to do what they can to comply with it? Yes. So, like I said, not my favorite, but I am willing to compromise, and I respect the position of those who want their cat the freedom of being outdoors, and I think that if they're going to be doing that, then they need to be doing it according to the same standards that we would require of anyone else who wants to have their animal out in public. I don't think vaccinations or a pet license or a microchip or being spayed and neutered is too much to ask someone who wants to let their cat roam at large. So that's pretty much how I feel about it. I'm sure everyone else has some different opinions. Like I said, not my preferred Not my preferred path to take, but it is what it is.
Mark Campbell, 127 West Acres. I think, when a dog is brought to the shelter, if we find an owner, great, but we don't force someone to be an owner of a dog. And as I said earlier, I help take care of neighborhood cats. I've seen them improve. I've seen their socialization improve. Their shelter has improved. Someone who will remain nameless on council helped me build some shelters. And if an officer were to come up to me and say, Mr. Campbell, you've been providing shelter and food and water, so now you have to vaccinate and spay and tag, I don't know what I would do. I would show them my income and say, find someone else, I guess. I think this will lead to less care of cats, and I don't think that's what we want, because then that leads to overpopulation and sick cats and fighting. And so I'm not for this. I think that is treating cats differently than dogs. I don't think you can force someone to be an owner of a cat, almost by the nature of a cat. Thanks.
Wouldn't we be able to get them picked up and get them neutered and give them shots? They already are. They already are? Already TNR. Your cats are already.
But they're not tagged.
TNR cats don't require tag.
Huh? Okay, I'm sorry. All right. I just wanted to know the answer. I'm sorry. Okay. Any other public comments? Final council comments. Ms. Scott.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this one this evening because, again, I'm concerned about our no-kill status. We have a no-kill shelter, but I don't want to threaten that. And I spoke with Chief Foster earlier, and this could have negative effects. And so I think that I don't have cats. I'm allergic to cats. I did find a severed bird head in my driveway pretty recently, which was like totally weird and ominous, but it's a circle of life. So whether it was a cat or a bird of prey that got it, I don't know. But I also saw some random cats doing something weird in my street on my way home the other night. And so I'm like, I don't know. I just stopped. I started filming it. I was like, look at what's going on. So I think they're kind of fun to watch too. Again, I'm allergic, and so I don't really approach them. But they're funny, and I don't want to restrict their quality of life because some people, again, I don't own cats, but I think that it's part of cat culture to like go and run free. I don't know. So I'm not going to be supporting this tonight.
Okay. Tried to get my head around that. Yeah, cats can be weird for sure. Okay. Councilmember Wilson, maybe you could.
They were making baby cats, that's all.
I knew that we were going to get here eventually. Okay. I think we've had all the council comments that we're going to have. I think this is a compromise. I think it's going to be really hard to enforce. I'm worried about this evening that we're passing a number of ordinances that are going to be hard to enforce, but I know there's care and concern behind them, and at least the cats can go outside. My cat is chipped and neutered and collared. And so, okay. Council members, you may cast your votes.
I'll vote, and the amendment passes by a vote of 7 to 1. Voting against, Councilmember Scott.
The next section to consider is section 5503, adding a new section regarding the use of animals at festivals and carnivals. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject.
Motion to reject.
I was gonna make a postpone.
Motion to reject.
Second.
Did I get a second? Oh, Jesus. Okay, we have a motion to reject on the use of animals at festivals and carnivals. So we need to have the staff presentation.
First, I want to notice in all of our revisions we've been doing, and then I didn't change this slide from last time. In the packet you have, there is a number 3 added that said ponies appearing in a parade shall be allowed on private or public property. I think I've caught your cold, Councilmember Wilson, from way over here. I don't know. I've had it for 2 weeks. I think there was some discussion earlier about that the state may or probably has preempted this. I didn't know how the council wanted to move forward on this, if we want to go ahead and make discussion on it, but I have been in contact with the legal staff at the Department of Agriculture a couple of times. I talked to her just before this meeting again. She's been very helpful. She's been on the legal staff at the Department of Agriculture for 22 years, so she's understood where we were coming from, but she was pretty firm in that anything related to this was preempted in the statute unless it was more related to the public health and safety of humans. And so things like the tiger in a parade, I think we could recraft this ordinance to better state that, but some of the other areas probably need a little more work. She was more than willing to help us talk about that and where it would be workable for what we're trying to do, but still not go afoul of the state law, and she was willing to do that. She basically said that the intent of this statute was to, and I wrote her words down, keep the cities out of it entirely, to regulate the animals. She did assure me and told me that every animal that comes from out of state has a certificate of veterinary inspection. I may be saying that incorrectly, so when they move animals over state, those people that have those animals should know that they have to have those certificates, but it wouldn't be if they were animals within the state, like if you sold a dog to another person inside the state. So I think we're just looking for direction right now. Do we want to go ahead and discuss this, or was there some concerns about pulling this one out and letting legal get a little bit more information from the Department of Agriculture? So I'm looking for you guys for direction on this now.
Okay, Councilmember Bierman.
First my button quite often tonight. I am going to be voting against the motion to reject, and I am going to support what Councilmember Scott was going to request, which was a motion to postpone, because I do think we have a workable draft that with some minor amendments and language changes that we'll be able to get where we want to go. Now I have a feeling that we're going to hear from a number of people tonight who want to see us take that route.
On the postponement.
On the postponement.
Councilmember Castleberry.
I'm going to support rejecting it right now because we're preempted. We can't do this. That doesn't mean we can't come back and refine it.
Correct.
And so I'm looking at just, there's no reason for us to pass something that we already know is unenforceable. And we're preempted. So there's no reason to postpone it. I'd like to redo it. And postponing it is keeping this same thing. So if we want to rework this and make it more towards the human safety issues, stuff like that, that's fine. I think we should probably go that way, but procedurally, there's no reason to postpone something that's already preempted. So I think we need to just reject this tonight and rework it with all those things in mind and get from there. So I'm going to support the motion to reject this. I don't know how you can vote for something if you know that you're preempted. I mean, I guess I have to ask City Legal Counsel, can we even vote for something where we're preempted? Or, I mean, I know other than it's just been a protest vote to the state, I mean, we can do that, but
Sure.
is there any practicality to us just voting against something we know is unenforceable and we're preempted on?
You can adopt it, but that does put us in jeopardy of a potential action from the Department of Ag or someone else to prevent us from enforcing that ordinance. I mean, we have that 30-day effective time
Right.
period after an ordinance is passed, and that's typically when you would see a challenge like that.
And so if that happens, does that cost the city any legal fees, any legal time, or we're just asking to spend money unnecessarily, knowing we're preempted?
It would come in the form of a legal challenge filed in district court.
And we would have to,
We would defend it.
great, so we're gonna spend money unnecessarily when we can just rework it and not have to worry about that challenge. I'm just trying to be practical here.
Yeah, whether it's postponed or rejected, if council wants us to work on additional language that fits within what's entitled to of the Oklahoma statutes and also addresses some of the current concerns you all have, we're happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Wilson?
I think I agree with both Councilmember Castleberry and Councilmember Bierman, which is weird because they said opposite things. But I think that we need to hold off and get whatever state, get aligned with the state. So to Jeannie, that's your direction from me. But I don't think letting this go away is right, because I think that people in our community are asking us to not let a tiger march down Main Street, which is ultimately where we were trying to get, I think. Nobody really cares if there's a horse in a parade or a cow at the Cattlemen's Association that's well treated, taken care of. Nobody cares if there are hawks at the medieval fair that are for educational purposes with well-documented educational material and guidelines from the state. Nobody here in my community cares about that too much. They're happy that we have those opportunities in our community. What we do care about is the yahoos that do the yahoo things that aren't safe and aren't good for the animals. So I would like to see us address this part of this ordinance in that way in a few weeks, not let it go until somebody hollers loud enough again. Because the animal shelter oversight group, like them or don't like them, they've worked really hard on getting this stuff in line, and that's a citizen group. And I know that it's weighted towards things I like, but they do work hard. They spend a lot of time listening. I've personally sat here till my animal loving ears don't want to hear any more about it. And I know that they've spent countless hours beyond that. So I think that their work deserves us to revisit it in a few weeks.
And Councilmember Wilson, in response to the issue with the tiger, she specifically spoke about that, and that one could be crafted to a tiger that could get out and harm the public would certainly meet the human health or safety issue. We just would need to write. Well, and those are things we need to look at, but I think we need to tighten it up a little bit. So we would write it so we'd have those words in there so they would know what we were intending.
How did he get up there? Councilmember Carter.
Yeah, I'd like to just go ahead and hear your presentation. There's a lot of good people here tonight on both sides of the issue. I want to hear what they have to say. We can vote to reject it or not reject it based on that discussion and then move on.
Councilmember Scott has a comment.
I do, and then you can proceed. But so I will not be supporting the motion to reject. I will ask again that we postpone it because I think, and I'm going to talk a little bit. I think it comes down to more about perception and being an animal-friendly environment and city, and promoting quality of life for all sentient beings. And I think that's kind of the core of where this is coming from. I've had an internal struggle with this one because I really got started with animal activism long ago when I first became vegetarian and was picketing outside of cosmetic companies that did animal testing. And so this kind of thing is very near and dear to me. And I also understand that rodeo is a part of our culture, like ponies, pony rides, and things of that nature. And also the educational aspect is very valuable to kids. And then there's also the public safety risk. So I just don't think, I think it goes back to what we discussed a couple of weeks ago, is that this one is not really fine-tuned in the way it needs to be in order for me to support or reject anything at this time. So I'm not comfortable rejecting it because, again, I think it comes back to the perception. If we reject, to say that what it sends the message is that we don't care as much about quality of life for animals as we do for other things. And so I'm afraid of the message that sends. And I think that's the end of my speech.
Councilmember Bierman, and then we're going to have the presentation.
So the only comment I want to make, and the reason why I will not be supporting the motion to reject, but I will be supporting, if this fails, the next motion to postpone, is because a postponement means that it will come back. A rejection means that it might come back or could come back. And I want that certainty. I want this to come back. I want us to continue this conversation. I want Jeannie and Catherine to be able to find a way through the state law, which does give us some leeway. It's not a 100% preemption, and a motion to postpone is not a motion to adopt. It is not an invitation for a lawsuit. And I want the guarantee that this will be coming back up for discussion. So that is why I will be not supporting the motion to reject, and then we'll support Councilmember Scott's next motion if we get to that point. That's all I got.
Another piece of wanting to postpone it is not only due to the language and kind of the message that it sends to our community, but also because of the fact that we may be preempted. And so, like, what does state law say? And what can we do if we can't enforce it, and why are we going to vote in favor of it? And so, like, maybe fine-tuning some of that language is really what needs to happen before we can approve this. So that was it. That's all.
Councilmember Castleberry.
That's why you vote to reject it. And if you're concerned about it coming back up, there's this little thing called the Rule of Three, which would be you, Ms. Wilson, and Scott. So I think you got 3 people who would want to bring this back up. So if you're concerned about not coming back up, that's not a legitimate concern. I'm just saying.
Okay, let's have the presentation, and then let's have some public comment, and then let's move on.
Well, there's not really a presentation. I mean, what I was prepared for is the presentation was that we've talked to the Department of Agriculture, and we do believe that we're preempted, and that whether you all choose procedurally to say reject or postpone, that's up to you all and Brenda. But at this point,
why don't you go over the ordinance language, the amendment language that we were going to.
Oops, there's Snake, sorry. And again, the ponies was left out.
That way, everybody in the audience, if people don't know, everybody will know what the amendments we're talking about.
Well, the first part is, and it did come up for there's about 2 or 3 examples. One, Councilmember Wilson has already mentioned, is we had, I believe it was, I don't remember what kind of parade, maybe it was the Christmas parade, I don't recall, and a former gubernatorial candidate who is now in federal prison had a tiger in the parade, and that was very concerning to everybody, and as well it should be. I mean, it was a live tiger in a cage that didn't look like could have kept. If it had broke out, we would have had a lot of trouble because there was a lot of people in there. So that was one of the first ones. There was also concerns about pony or carousel rides, how that, although they happen more at the county fair, there was 1 or 2 instances in a parking lot on Main Street, I believe, and somebody had a pony carousel that it looked like they'd been out there for quite a number of hours during the day, and it might have gone on over a 1 or 2 day period. I don't recall. And the third thing is ponies, tigers, and it'll come to me in a moment. So that's basically where it started, was those concerns for the animals. Oh, and then fair, where there would maybe be an elephant or a camel rides. And so that's where it first started generating the discussion about what do we do about those instances. And as Councilmember Wilson said, there was a lot of discussion, a lot of hard work on it. So the language that we came up to was it would be unlawful to use, and came up with this list of animals: camels, ponies, llamas, elephants, zebras, giraffes, or any exotic animals that we have defined in our section at any festival, carnival, or other function held on a public or city property for ride, attraction, entertainment, or similar activity, which could be a parade. That wasn't specifically put in there, but it could be assumed in there. We did have to think about Boomer and Sooner, the ponies at OU, and other official type mascots like that, and that those would be an exemption. Then the discussion came up that people do have private parties where there might be pony rides, and that if it happened on private property, they would need to get a permit. And then we added in, that did not get on there, I apologize for that, there's been lots of amendments. There was a concern brought about ponies, and we added in ponies in a parade would be allowed on a public or private property. And then the part 4 went over the permitting process, which there's also in the list of amendments here that normally an ordinance is effective 30 days after the date of approval, and we have in here that it would be September 1st, because some of these type items need to be worked on, the permitting process and how that would work. And that was suggested at on May 14th, and we added that in there, that September 1st would be the adoption date. Since then, as we've already discussed, we've found that there's that statute in the Department of Agriculture that may preempt us, and then I believe there's maybe some other issues that have come up since then that I don't have any information on, that somebody maybe from the public will want to speak to.
Councilmember Wilson.
Jeannie, I just want to do some clarifications on what you said. I just want to, for the public, I think I know, verify that county fair is not included, right? Because it's on county land.
State property.
Or state property. So Boomer and Sooner, those are
be exempted, yes.
Yeah, so they're good. Rodeos that we have, or that I know of right now in our midst, is the Roundup Club out on 60th, which is a Ward 5 function, Ward 5 group, that I want to make sure that they're still allowed to operate under this change, because that's private property.
In a rodeo, which I don't participate in, I don't believe any of the animals, and I may be wrong, that we listed would
so none of those
participate in
animals.
animals. Okay. I don't believe it says horses, or there could be some of those issues that we would need to.
But still, it's on private property, right?
Well, some of it could be, and a parade could be down the street of a public street, and there might be other animals in there. And that's just probably another reason why we need to tighten this up, with keeping in mind that's been brought to our attention, as Councilmember Scott said, rodeos and those types of cultural activities are part of what's happened in Oklahoma, and then we don't want to have those, so we want to make sure that we're not inadvertently doing something.
And I don't think any of us want to cause any problems for those organizations. That's why I'm kind of talking through this, because I feel like we're going to make an action that's going to not vote for this tonight. But so as you go forward with all the double negatives in your head. The other things that I would be concerned about are agricultural functions. Those are exempt, right, from this ordinance?
Well,
if they aren't, I want them to be. As we tighten it up, that's where I want to go. The other thing that I want to make sure of, that I've heard from the people that have a problem with this, us going down this, is that the Cattlemen's Association wouldn't be able to have their cow at their event. So they would be. That's why I want to make sure they're still, because that's an education and agricultural function, in my opinion.
That would be, again, I'm not real clear on what they do at their events and what's involved, so that would be, I'd have to gather more information about that. And whether procedurally you all reject or postpone this item, whatever the council directs us to do, and if that's come back with another shot at it, however it gets voted, we will do that.
Okay, well, I think it's probably good that we are, what are we doing? We're voting to reject? I got you.
Okay, Councilmember Hickman and then Bierman, do we want to hear from the public at all? Or do we just?
Of course.
want
I
to-
just have a question for Jeannie.
Okay.
We're doing
Stay up here.
council questions, right? Jeannie, so there was a question that came up last time, and just the slides you're putting on the screen don't show paragraph 3, which says ponies appearing in the parade
Correct.
shall be allowed on private or public property. And I think there was a question came up last time. I think the mayor asked it. Are ponies and horses the same? I mean, why are we saying
No,
ponies but not
I
horses?
didn't ask that.
Oh, maybe it was Mary did. Somebody did, and I thought it was a fair question.
It was not.
Do we need to clarify ponies and horses, or does ponies include horses?
That would not be a question for me to answer on, is a pony.
And I don't know what the difference is
Because I
between a
have
pony and a
found out since that I'm going to let Councilmember Carter perhaps answer that, but I don't think they're the same.
Okay,
I think
well,
they're the same family, but I
guess like
don't know that answer.
Okay, I guess like Councilmember Wilson has said, I think that's something we need to clarify. And I'll table that question, and Councilmember Scott or Carter can address it later if he chooses to. The second question I had is, I don't see anywhere in this proposed ordinance the reference to, well, I already said horses, or reference to cows, cattle. Are they included in this ordinance or not, or I'm
They're
just
not
trying to clarify?
specifically set out in number 1. I don't.
Was
think it
livestock
says-
included?
Well, that's where we can kind of get backwards with the state statute, because livestock is defined in the state statute, and as the legal counsel for the agriculture department said, it's broad and odd,
Yeah.
is the way
Can you
that it was
explain,
defined.
yeah, elaborate on that a little bit for us, for the benefit of the public that heard us maybe talking about it, but not maybe understanding what we're doing?
Well, part of the preemption in the state statute in the Department of Agriculture section, it talks about the care and handling of livestock. To me, livestock is cows. I obviously did not know. So,
Because it goes on to say, or any live animal.
well, that's the definition. And in when you go to the definition of livestock, it actually says, quote, livestock or, quote, animals means cattle, bison, horses, sheep, goats, asses, mules, swine, domesticated rabbits and chickens and turkeys, and other domesticated fowl, and any animal, which is defining itself, or any bird in captivity. She explained to me that part of that was the struggle with the farming community. They wanted, when the emus and ostriches were becoming more part of
Any
farms, and that's where the domesticated, the bird in captivity came into. But it does circle back around when it says any animal, but it's still defining itself. She admits that those were her words, broad and odd. So we do not have any, from what I understand, regulation over cattle.
Okay, and
Bison.
you bring up a good point, because I'm a farm kid. I grew up on a farm when I was young out in Spiro, and on our family farm way back in the day, we did have emus and ostriches, we had, and llamas, along with our horses and cattle. And so I understand there is sometimes a gray area between what's an exotic animal and what some people might have from an agricultural standpoint, like Councilmember Wilson said. So I think that's something that we also need to take a look at. And the last comment I want to make, and you mentioned this also in your remarks, we have in our definition in the section 3-19 that talks about exotic wildlife and native wildlife. We have a definition of native wildlife, and you mentioned bison, and I guess I'm a little surprised because, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm Native American, but I feel like bison should be a native wildlife that we list, and it's not listed, and would like to make a note, if we're going to rework this area, this section, that be something that we take a look at. It sounds like that's already, it's in the list of the animals that the, whoever that is, Department of Agriculture, you were saying it's in their list, and I just wanted to make that comment because I was surprised when I looked at native wildlife that it didn't mention, bison, American bison, whatever. I feel very confident that those were native wildlife in this region at one point in time, maybe not currently, but that's a whole nother story.
I do not recall the exact conversation on the native wildlife and how we made those changes, but, and I may have to, I'll talk to Mark Howery after the meeting. I don't recall how that list was presented. So if that's something we need to also go back and look at, we're happy to do that.
And I'm just trying to give you feedback and ask you some questions. I didn't know if that topic of discussion came up in any of the animal oversight meetings.
I don't know if bison came up, but this was looked at and vetted and approved, this part that was in the tier 1, along with a few other things that we didn't specifically discuss, was approved unanimously by the Animal Welfare Oversight Committee. But that doesn't mean you come back later and then we obviously times find out that we've missed something or that we need to still go back. I mean, it's never going to be quite perfect.
I guess because, it just clarified my mind, sort of my line of questioning, is if we put it in the native wildlife definition, then by definition, it's not an exotic animal that would not be then covered by whatever we end up doing with use of animals. Is there some connection between the definition of exotic animals and what we're restricting those exotic animals to be used for and not restricting what native wildlife could be used for?
I do not know the answer right now, but that will be something if you choose to either reject it or postpone it that we'll take into account. Bison or buffalo.
Yeah, I see that as...
Assuming they're the same.
Because if we're going to rework this, which sounds like there's reasons why we need to, that's one way of looking at this. So I think from a lot of the conversations that I've heard from people, the exotic wildlife are the critters that we really want to regulate, like the tiger example in the parade. But if it's a native animal, wildlife, then that seems to me it fits more into our culture and, the educational component of things. Because, I would not want to limit Native Americans if they had a powwow or something and wanted to have, a properly structured event, and they want to have an American bison there from a cultural standpoint, that could be allowed to do that.
In the addition to the native wildlife, we did include a number of animals, but it said it was not limited to, so it was not an exhaustive list.
I understand.
So,
right, thank you, Jeannie. Okay.
Councilmember Bierman.
Just so that we're not reinventing the wheel and making sure that we're very clear what's going on here. Only exotic animals and then the enumerated animals are included in this. Native wildlife is not. When it comes to private property, only the enumerated animals, the use of, require a permit. Horses, not included. Ponies, soon to not be included. Cows, cattle, bulls, whatever, not included. In my younger, less intellectual days, I dated a bull rider for a while. I have watched plenty of rodeos. I don't remember seeing any of these animals at a rodeo at any time, halftime show, pre-game, post-game, during. Just didn't happen. Maybe it could. Getting a permit, like a noise variance permit, not super difficult. But I just want it to be very clear that only the animals listed here are covered by the ban on city property or the permit requirements for private property. It's not just any animal for any purpose on private land or any animal for any purpose on public land. It's specifically delineated in here. So yes, maybe we have some other amendments that need to be made, but I don't think we need to be making mountains out of molehills here. The only animals that are covered by this are the ones that are specifically listed.
Councilmember Carter.
I'm ready for public comments.
Any public comments? What?
Again, Tracy Williamson, longtime Norman resident, worked for law enforcement, animal owner, blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm kind of glad I came tonight, and I'm kind of glad this is going to be either postponed or rejected as long as it comes back. I see now the problems with it. These issues are so complex. I really wanted to talk about elephants where this was concerned, such as at the medieval fair. These animals are highly intelligent. They have very strong family ties, and to see them reduced to an automaton walking in a little circle so Johnny can ride an elephant is very upsetting. And I think you always have to look at the broader behind the picture scene of what you're supporting, because those elephants, when they are in these situations, they are stolen from the wild and beaten into submission. And for us to allow that in our city, that's saying, hey, we're okay with that. And so I just wanted to bring that up. I think we also want to be very careful using the word culture to support any animal cruelty. I think it's great if the Native Americans want to have a bison there for educational purposes. I think that's great. I have no problems with that. Not a fan of rodeo, but that's a different subject. I also think we have better ways to introduce our children to animals in positive ways with people treating them correctly. And that would be, does everyone know that Oklahoma actually has an elephant sanctuary in Hugo? You could take your kids there and educate them on elephants and how they should be treated at a sanctuary. We also have a farm animal sanctuary in Oklahoma, and you can take your kids there and show them how people treat animals kindly as they should be. We also are fortunate to have Blazes Equine Rescue if you want to introduce them to horses and things like that. And I think the clarification you were looking for, Mr. Castleberry, between horses and ponies. Ponies are used to go in a circle over and over and over again for these pony rides in the heat. Horses are not. So we have a lot of issues to work out. I want to thank the council's members and the mayor for being so thoughtful. You guys are, to be honest, I expected to be upset when I came tonight, but I'm actually very pleased that you actually think, you actually work through these issues, and you really want to do what's best. So I want to thank you all, and for giving me the time to talk as well. I will leave you with one last thought. When you want to know if something is humane or not, ask if you would like it done to you. And I think it's always a guidepost. So thank you very much.
I'm Ronald Cusack again. Thank you all very much for your time. We were from a rodeo family when I was younger, my kids. And my girls started with Shetland ponies, and they rode Shetland ponies for years. So yes, that might fall under your deal, and that would be a shame. My girls grew up, we'd put the ponies in the backyard and they'd climb up their leg and crawl over them all day long. The ponies loved it. If you're going to do this, it's a very sharp point that you're starting. You're starting with the and I don't care about the elephants because I don't think there's very many of those that come to stuff. But you're starting with ponies, and you're going to end up, next you're going to go to the county fair, and you're going to tell these farm kids, you can't have that animal locked up all day. Well, it's just a starting point for everything. And if you really want to be honest about this, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Because they have that pony at OU, why is he exempt? Can anybody tell me? Who cares? You're talking about city property. For this, you know, if you can't have a pony ride, which a lot of little kids, I'm a hay farmer. A lot of people come to our place and they say, can our kids get out and run? A friend of mine came from Oklahoma City and he let his kids out of the truck. They ran like banshees for an hour. And I said, what is the deal? He said, they've never been outside before. Some of these kids, a pony ride is the only thing they'll ever see in their whole life. I'm not a big fan of it, but some kids, that's all they'll ever see. I had a niece brought her daughter from Chicago. Same thing. Never seen an animal before in her life, and she said, can I touch the horses? I said, sure. But I think this is wrong. I would like for y'all to reject it, and thank you for your time.
J.D. Cromer, Noble, Oklahoma. I've heard some stuff that really upset me, especially a lady was talking about ponies. We had therapy ponies. She died 2 years ago, but no, it's my wife. But she raised therapy ponies. I think my ponies had more sense than some of these people in this room right now. I'm a farmer, and I know what it takes. I know how much money my taxes is, and I know how much y'all get. But I think what's going to happen is you're going to see a whole bunch of farmers, a whole bunch of unhappy people, because Norman has a lot of good people that are farmers, and we have a lot of common sense. Thank you.
Lauren Lackey, Ward 4. I first want to recognize that you guys cannot do or say anything about what happens on state property or county property, so those points are completely irrelevant to this topic and discussion, 100%. So I would request you vote to postpone and not reject this. I and many other would feel much more secure and listened to. Many of us have been working towards an ordinance like this for several years and would like the courtesy of a postponement to give time for compliance with state laws to be reached. Animals that are to be ridden at fairs and festivals live that life every day, walking in circles every day, then sleeping in their trailer, then walking in circles with sticky hand toddlers poking and prodding them, people taking selfies, and then back to the trailer to travel hundreds of miles and repeat. I don't think you would wish that on any animal, and if you do, whew. Okay, I would like to say that I am shocked at some council members' blind rejection to this ordinance, since some of them ran on animal rights platforms. But considering we have council members that make large sums of money off of the suffering of animals through horse racing and rodeos and owners of large animals, I'm not shocked. The motives should be very clear to everyone. People that gleefully attend the running of the bulls and aren't going to support this no matter how loud their constituents beg for it. Look at the motives. Thank you.
Mark Campbell, 127 West Acres. I grew up on a farm. When I hear, as I heard our attorneys say, birds in captivity, entertainment, local culture, I think of rooster fighting. And I don't think that's what y'all are advocating for, but could this open the door for something like that? And if we're interested in culture, we have sister cities. Are we suddenly interested in someone else's culture, a Spanish culture or bullfighting? Or, I mean, I just hope this doesn't, I'm just saying, you know, we had cockfighting for many, many years. I grew up around it, and it finally went away. And I just hope this doesn't, for example, open the door up for animal cruelty, because it's part of our culture. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dan Shim, Executive Director at Visit Norman, 309 East Main. As you consider to reject or postpone this ordinance, just wanted to let you know that we've received calls and emails from multiple agricultural groups that come to Norman for conventions and conferences. So as we look at making an ordinance that may be stricter than what the Department of Agriculture has on a state level, they bring over 2,000 people to Norman each year, generating over 3,000 room nights and directly spending over $600,000 a year in Norman. They have stated that if this ordinance passes as is, they see this as an anti-ag ordinance and increasing regulation, which would mean they're going to pull their events or not come back to Norman ever. They love coming here, shopping, eating, dining. So as we move forward, whether to reject or postpone, I hope we take that into consideration. So thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Steve Ellis, 633 Reed Avenue. I was wondering, just more of a point of information to start with, just what exactly the state preemption statute is, because I think a lot probably hangs on that. Well, no, you explained. I want to know what the actual wording of it is. You should be able to look it up. So if somebody would
She's got it.
cite it.
She's got it.
Yeah, would you tell everybody what it is when we get through here so I can look at it? Yeah, I didn't catch what the announcement was. Because here's why that matters. Whether or not it makes sense to drop this thing totally, which I think would make sense to reject it then, depends upon where and what the purposes of the preemption is. So if you want to have this come forward again, I would reject the rejection and vote for the postponement. Second point, though, since I had the fortune of following Mr. Shem, I was entertained in a certain sense by the sort of economic analysis. Again, remember, it's almost always the case that people who come to Norman who are competing with other people who are coming to Norman. The net loss in Norman economic activity from roughly $600,000 of net spending from one group, given that it frees up those hotel rooms and stuff, is likely to be about zero. So I hope that doesn't enter into your decision at all. Thanks.
I'm sorry, there's two statutes that I was referencing, was in Title II under Agriculture, Section 2-4C, and the title of that is Power to Regulate Care and Handling of Livestock, Partial Preemption of Local Orders, Ordinances, or Regulations. And then the definitions section is in the same Title II, Agriculture, Sections 1 through 3, and Part 7 is the definition of livestock. Did you get that?
Anne Marie Eckert, 1114 Bald Eagle Drive. I'm opposed to all of Section 3503 of the ordinance. I agree with city staff's statement in a previous review of it that the cruelty to animals section already addresses any issues that are significant. Similar to animals used in rodeo and other Western competitions and exhibitions, the animals that you see at events like Medieval Fair are already regulated, permitted, and inspected at the federal level. Inspections are both scheduled and random and occur multiple times per year. A trip plan is filed and a current wellness certificate is issued by a veterinarian on each individual animal before they travel to an event. So if you stop by a pony ride that's in a parking lot, are they going to have their certification? And if the conditions on that animal are not what is expected, then yes, they should be penalized, the animals should be rescued. But that's not what's happening at the majority of your events. The camel ride, the royal carousel, the petting zoo, and the birds of prey show at the Medieval Fair have been visited by Norman's Animal Welfare, and there have been no indications of poor health, neglect, or abuse. They are happy, healthy animals that enjoy being needed, that enjoy interacting with people, and that are thriving. It is an individual perception as to whether or not this is cruel to the animal. Paige has retired. She was our elephant for a long time. I've actually known Paige since I was 12 years old from the Kansas City Renaissance Festival, and her hometown is up in Colorado. She retired from traveling, but she still gives rides up there because they noticed she was getting depressed from not having the interaction with people. You can't take their jobs away from them. So now on city holidays and events in her hometown, including which they declared a city holiday on her birthday, she gives rides for her own health and well-being. If there ever was an instance of abuse or neglect, I would fully support the persecution, the arrest of the individual responsible. But believing that all animals used for rides, attractions, entertainment, or the vague descriptor in this law of other similar activity are abused is a gross exaggeration that is created by misleading propaganda of a few organizations. These are arguments that prey on the good nature of individuals who are rightly horrified by the legitimate instances of abuse and are then led to believe it is universal. It's not. And that is not what we're talking about here. You're talking about eliminating an entire industry based on the criminal activities of a few individuals. Many of the animals in the care of these organizations are rescues, or as the ladies at Extreme Animals prefer to say, they are rehomes from individuals that could not or did not properly care for them. Eliminating these organizations' participation in public events deprives them of venues through which they can inform and educate the public, and it deprives them of the revenue and the fundraising needed to care for these animals. This ordinance would also deprive our children of valuable experiential learning. No, not every person can go to Hugo or wherever else there might be far away animal exhibits and sanctuaries. Learning about a camel from a book is not the same as looking one in the eyes, as petting it, as feeling its unique coat, experiencing the size difference in person, feeling the motion of its gait from riding it, or even experiencing its smell. The camel may be an exotic animal to Oklahoma, but in its native homeland, it is a work animal, just like the horse is in Oklahoma. Is it the agenda of those proposing this ordinance to open the gate to banning horse shows, rodeos, and horses as work animals? Will next year's amendments attempt to prohibit dog shows or cat shows? Those are for entertainment, since while we're on those, the FFA shows, the 4-H shows, this is opening the gate. And how is it acceptable that we can have the Extreme Animals Petting Zoo come visit our schools and our libraries, but we can't have the petting zoo open to the general public? So I have to be a kid and be in grade school or go to a children's program at the library to visit and learn from the Extreme Animals group at the petting zoo. The exceptions in this ordinance also appeared to have been tailored for now to placate those with money and power. Those with power, such as the university with the mascots, and not just our local university, but other universities with mascots, as long as they're not exotic animals. And those wealthy enough to have a private pony ride at their child's birthday party, as opposed to the common man paying $5 for his child to ride a pony at the fair. I was told the reasoning behind this ordinance is that they believe enough people in Norman do not like animals being used as entertainment, and they believe it is inhumane. In that case, many vegans believe it is unethical to eat animal products. Shall our next amendment be that we outlaw serving meat, eggs, and dairy products at Norman restaurants, based on the beliefs of a few? Then again, perhaps specifically, the animal ordinance doesn't go far enough. Perhaps we need to ban extreme sculptured poodle haircuts. The poor animals are restrained by leashes, harnesses, and tie-downs, and unable to move freely for a cruel period of time while being groomed. There have been many incidents of lacerations, infections, pulled muscles, and other injuries caused by this grooming practice. But worst of all, it must be inhumanely embarrassing to the poodle to be seen in public with such an extreme haircut. I sincerely hope that my city council is wise enough to vote no on forcing the beliefs of a small, albeit vocal, group onto the population of Norman and unfairly eliminating an entire industry.
Rex Amsler, General Manager of the Embassy Suites here in Norman. Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you just for a moment. I'll be brief as usual. We had quite a few groups reach out to us and express their concern about this ordinance. I sent you a letter late last week, and most of the groups I think have too. Most of the groups, not all the groups, but we're just. I know from our standpoint as a business, we're concerned about losing revenue and the tax dollars for the community. We're also concerned that it kind of opens the door to what other legislation might occur down the road. And there was a comment made earlier today or earlier this evening about the economic impact. Oklahoma is a flat economy for hotels. I know we're building a lot of them in Bricktown and more and what have you, but for a hotel the type of that ours is, it's a flat economy. We sell about the same amount of rooms every single year, 74 or 75,000 rooms on a good year. We do about the same amount of revenue in food and beverage. There's not a lot of groups out there to go get. We have a sales team of 11 people scouring the entire state to find business. Most of the business we've had in Norman, we've taken over the last 10 or 11 years from Oklahoma City, from Midwest City particularly. We took another group from them that's going to be here next weekend, by the way. But we've taken these groups, not an agricultural group, but we've taken these groups from these other cities, and they'd be happy to have them back. And the bottom line is, it's probably not $600,000. It's probably more than that. So thank you.
Scott Martin, Norman Chamber of Commerce, Ward 5 resident. Council, I'd like to applaud your predecessors and also city staff who put together cruelty laws into place for our city many, many years ago. This was mentioned just a second ago that wisdom of protecting animals has been about Norman for a long time. Matter of fact, in the Section 3-301, Cruelty to Animals, there are 9 subparts. I'll just read a couple just so people kind of get a flavor for what they are. Point A is no person shall willingly or maliciously torture, cruelly beat, injure, maim, mutilate, or unjustly destroy or kill any animal belonging to himself or to another. Point H, no person shall cause an animal to be overloaded or forced to work in a manner unsuitable to its species, breed, condition, or health so as to cause injury to the animal. We've been very thoughtful about our ordinances that have been in place for a very long time and have served us very well for the community of Norman. No doubt if you violate these ordinances, there must be a penalty to these violations. We've struck a really good balance, one that's protected the animals, provided educational opportunities for children and adults. Not too long ago during spring break, my family was at the Oklahoma City Zoo. There were elephants there to be ridden. My children rode them. I suspect those elephants were the ones that could appear at Norman's largest festival, our Medieval Fair. And lastly, events like the Medieval Fair or our friends at Embassy Suites or other opportunities for convention and conferences, they support our local businesses. And that's our fear. As Rex just mentioned, the loss of potentially 4 or 5 large groups who might find another locale, another location that appears to me to be more inviting, that they're not only going to lose room nights at Embassy Suites, but our local retailers are going to lose customers who might come in and visit while they're in town at a conference. So I would encourage you to continue to strike the balance that you have and embrace what we have on the books today, enforce the ordinances that we have in place, and please reject this ordinance tonight. And let's do the right thing. Thank you.
Mary Catherine Long, Ward 2. As much as I've enjoyed the bit of economic blackmail over here and being insulted by the gentleman from Noble, I want to remind you that the motion is whether to postpone or reject this amendment. I want to encourage you to postpone it. Thank you.
Councilmember Carter. Was there anybody else? Okay.
Couple of things. The reason why I feel like we need to make a decision tonight is because this act of postponement will further damage our reputation as a city that's not friendly to business. We're struggling, trying to balance our budget right now. We want to provide revenue for all of the services that we want to provide in our city, and we struggle to do that every year. And this ordinance is nothing more than an attempt to regulate the agricultural industry. And that is how it's being perceived in the state, and that is how I believe the intent of it is. I've got a stack of emails. This stack is from people that are going to testify to the economic impact on our city. We've had great testimony from the Medieval Fair about, the economic impact on that event, which is our biggest event here in Norman. Here's another stack of emails from veterinarians, every one of them saying that situations where there are animals in entertainment is not inhumane. And I'm reminded, I've heard several comment about these videos. Well, last week there's a famous video of Nancy Pelosi, she's drunk, and Facebook has recognized that this is fake, but it's still been viewed by millions of people and thought to be true. It's just like the animal rights movement were the beginners of fake news. They take little clips, change them, and make things look like they really aren't. You could go around me any day of the week, and whether I'm taking a rectal temperature on a dog or a cat or a horse or a cow or a llama or a goat or a pig or a camel, and take that little clip and you can make it look like I was doing something inhumane. So this whole concept of riding a camel at the Medieval Fair as that being inhumane, or a pony giving rides, is just not correct. I got the pleasure of meeting Jack Hanna once. I was president of the Veterinary Medical Association many moons ago, and Jack, who you may know from his television shows, is the curator of the Columbus Zoo, probably did more in moving forward the wildlife conservation movement than anyone that I know of. And I've studied it a lot. I've been heavily involved in the wildlife conservation movement for decades now. I've been to Africa, I've been to the Middle East, I've worked extensively in Oklahoma with wildlife and wildlife rehabilitation and conservation. And the number one thing on wildlife conservation is habitat protection. And Jack Hanna gets crosswise with Animal Rights Group over this concept, just like I get crosswise with animal rights groups on this concept, because he advanced the notion that people should be engaged in animals, engaged with animals. Look at the success of the Oklahoma City Zoo with just the things that you're talking about, where there are camel rides and elephant rides and things that engage the public and create a sense of value of animals, which is something that corresponds out to enhance animals in the wild. It just so happened I opened the spring 2019 Zoo Sounds. Here's an article about conservation. Creator pioneers new conservation strategy. What is that strategy? It's in direct conflict and contrast to what the animal rights movement would have you do. Here it says, creating a new conservation method focusing on people and communities first. Locke says, without the support of people, conservation work is practically impossible. Then I pick up my National Geographic, and there's a nice article about the Gorongoso National Park in Mozambique, right next to South Africa. And what does it say? For elephants, hippos, and lions to thrive within a park boundary, you need to ensure that the humans who live outside the boundary thrive too. You cannot jerk away people's livelihood and expect the animal movement to advance. This is the crux. This is the fallacy of the animal rights movement. And that's why it has not been successful in advancing the conservation movement. It's contrary and contradictory. And this legislation is advanced. We've got a series of emails. It's a cookie cutter piece of legislation. We hear of ALEC laws. Well, this is the HSUS version of ALEC laws, where they're cookie cutter laws. We have cookie cutter supported emails where on HSUS stationery, which are doing nothing but advancing a far extreme animal rights agenda. So I say by postponing this, we're hurting our business reputation. And by rejecting this, we're sending a message that Norman has common sense and believes in animal conservation in a fair and humane way.
Can I call the question?
You can. That means I don't get to say anything.
I'm okay with that. I love you, but I feel like crap.
Is everybody okay with that? You didn't get a challenge. So the motion on the floor is to reject Section 5503 regarding the use of animals, to reject the amendment regarding the use of animals at festivals, carnivals, and other similar events. So if you vote yes, you're voting to reject. And the amendment, and to start over, which nobody doubts is going to happen. No. Somebody didn't vote. Oh, don't tell me this didn't pass. Oh, this is just to vote on it. Somebody hadn't voted.
Everybody voted?
I voted. Who didn't vote?
All votes have been cast and the motion fails on a tie vote. Could you recognize me first?
I need to recognize the city clerk.
Several comments have been made about a motion to postpone. This section is inside of an ordinance that most likely will be adopted as amended tonight with the sections that were adopted. So what really needs to happen is this needs to be pulled out, and you can direct staff to bring it back at a future date, but it can't come back under a postponement under the same ordinance number. Does that make sense? Okay.
That's why you didn't motion, for Jeff, so we bring it back.
You wanna reconsider? We can reconsider. Make a motion to reconsider and we'll vote again.
You said there had to be a person on the winning side or losing? Oh, it's four or more ties, so there's not a winning or losing side.
Yeah, but we didn't have 5 votes, so it doesn't pass.
It would be somebody that voted.
Last time on the postponement, it was 4-3.
It
You
would-
said that the 4 side couldn't do reconsider, only the 3 side.
The ultimate action was a fail, so those that voted no, someone that voted no would have to make the motion to reconsider.
But my question is there another alternative, like a motion to withdraw it from
Yes,
the package?
That's what I was trying to say.
To withdraw the exotic animal, section 503, from the package of other amendments. Okay.
I'll make a motion to
I
withdraw.
made a motion.
He made it.
You
You
second,
can
Mike?
second it.
He can't. He was on the not losing side.
We're not reconsidering.
That's the motion to
All right,
reconsider.
fine.
Motion to withdraw section 503 from further consideration as a part of the package of animal amendments to the animal ordinance.
Second.
Is that good enough?
Seconded.
It's just what I tried to do.
Councilmember Castleberry.
I don't need any. I've had an.
That's what I was trying to do. I'm sorry, people don't understand Robert's Rules of Order. Should have explained it beforehand. My fault.
All we're doing right now is making a motion to withdraw this amendment from the ordinance that we're going to vote on as a whole in a few minutes.
Call the question.
So then what's going to happen? If he called the question, you can't, unless you object. Oh, okay, and you don't have to do anything else. Well, don't we have to vote on it?
Oh, yeah. We went to vote.
Okay, all right. I think I know what we do next. All right. Any more council comments? Councilmember Wilson, you're on the board. We called the question. This is why we should not have meetings at this time at night. This is why we should start meeting at 7 in the morning. Okay. The question has been called. We have a motion to remove this amendment from the ordinance. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been. Motion to withdraw section 3503 from the ordinance passes unanimously.
Motion to postpone until July 29th or 19th.
What? You pull it out. You pulled it out.
You don't have to postpone? Motion to adopt the amendments to the animal ordinance as presented.
Wait, we're not through. You haven't been recognized. We're not done. I have to figure out where we are. Okay, I think we're at 40. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
That's why I'm so discombobulated.
What? I'm sorry. I've got to go take some migraine medication.
That's what I kept saying. I wouldn't do that. Now we gotta talk about freaking reptiles.
start making their way back in.
Okay, if everybody will come on back in, we'll get started again. The Dodsons are here again. I was really hoping. I should have let you go ahead and explain that to them, but.
Stephen, why would it go differently? Well, it's Dr. Dean Conscience.
I know. I don't know why they can't see though, but you're going to have to start over.
Yeah. And honestly, I didn't write down.
You didn't write down who did what?
Who were the four that voted to reject? You, Robert, Joe, and who?
Who was the fourth person that voted?
Huh?
Bill was yes.
To reject?
Yes.
Who was?
Voted yes on it?
Yeah, to reject.
Oh, that's right. Okay, do we have everybody back? Who are we missing? Bill.
Bill. Tom.
Councilmember Rickman.
Do you know, did you hear that a transformer popped or anything downtown? We lost, yeah, we lost speed for about 15 minutes, and he said it sounded, they heard a pop back there, it sounded like a transformer went down or something. I think we're back
Stephen,
up now.
would you look in that door and see if Councilmember Hickman's in there? He what? Okay, we are at the reptiles. Item 43, the next section to consider is section 5504, adding a new section regarding the number of large reptiles allowed. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject section 5504.
So moved.
Second.
It is.
Okay.
Last one, I'll talk quick. This is the last ordinance I'm specifically mentioning here. 3505 is in reference to a new ordinance related to the registration of animals, large reptiles, snakes, lizards, tortoises, which are basically capable of exceeding 40 pounds at an adult age. It's not a licensing requirement. There's no real intent to do any significant enforcement with this or anything. We're not kicking down doors and looking for snakes or anything of that nature. It's simply a strictly a public safety and educational component that we do have a number of residences in the city who have a significant number or even just a few of these animals that at least their neighbors feel pose a risk and at some point could, I guess, depending on who you talk to. The only intent is to take the information, record it so that if it ever comes, if we have a problem with the house, heaven forbid the house catches fire, blows away, if there's a demise of a property owner or something like that, that we have an ability to make sure that the proper care is being taken to them. Not any different than what we do currently, although not by ordinance, with horses and cattle. We have registrations of them. We ask the owners to come let us know who they are, so when they get out, we can get them home. Very similar to that aspect. This one, as with all the other ones, comes with support from the Animal Welfare Oversight Committee, and this one also comes recommended recommended by staff as well.
So the primary purpose of this is just to know where the snakes are?
Yes,
or
ma'am.
the tortoise or
Yes, ma'am.
whatever.
And should we run across them like we do now, this wouldn't be much like we talked about earlier, some of the others. It'd be an educational component. We'd get the information, put it in our system. It would go to us. The information would be for confidential use within the city. It's not anything we're going to release. There's wordings in here specifically to limit it, that can't be used for commercial. It can't be used for anything else, the information. This will be confidential. It'll be shared between us and the fire department and other city entities that need it for public safety needs.
Okay. Any council comments? Oh, Councilmember Bierman.
So this was requested by staff, correct?
Yes, ma'am. This is one of the, I think, one of only 2 or 3 in here that came from staff.
'Cause I was gonna say, I did not see this coming as a request from the Animal Oversight.
No, ma'am. This was not a council or council oversight committee initiated one. This is one from staff, based on some scenarios we had already.
And did the committees, I guess I would say, I don't know if she would consider herself a herpetologist, but her herp lover on the committee have any concerns or questions or opposition to this?
Let me check. I think this one passed them unanimously as well.
I'm pretty sure it did too. I just wanted to make sure that
That's
that
my
was in the public
recollection,
record.
but I also don't trust my... Yes, it was unanimous by them, and she was present.
Okay.
And for those unaware, we have a very significantly involved snake-loving
Herp
helper
lover,
person. Yes. on
And
the
she's the
committee.
one you normally call when you have
Absolutely.
an animal that you can't
Absolutely.
handle.
Anytime we have an animal that comes in of a snake creature, whether it is too large for us to contain, if we don't feel safe doing it, don't have the equipment to do it, or we're concerned that it might be dangerous or not, we call her and a couple of others, but she's our go-to person that we call every time. And if she's not available, she will find somebody to help us.
Great, that was it. Thanks.
Thank you.
So if the snakes are registered, or the tortoise, or whatever the other large reptile people might have, then if it gets loose and somebody reports it, you all pick it up, and you can call them and say, we have your python.
That is the hope, yes, ma'am. The individual animals will not be registered. Now, my understanding is they can microchip snakes and animals, so if we could find them, then sure. But if we found one out, and we have found them before, we have, much like you have pigs walking down the street sometimes, if we know somebody in that area owns one, then of course we'd contact them first and say, hey, are you by chance missing it? We've never had that occur that I'm aware of, at least anything involving these. But it would give us that tool, absolutely. Do we? I don't. I don't know if our new vet does. I have been told by our herpetology friends that they can, and they do. Some do. But I have never seen it done, and I personally probably am not the guy to involve in that.
Councilmember Castleberry.
I'm sorry, I thought we were just having a discussion. In these instances, when there is a fire or something like that, I mean, has this been an issue? I mean,
It has not come up. There has been some public concern in very limited sections of the community concerned about a few of these scenarios. To my knowledge and in my time here, we have not run across a scenario where they posed a risk to our officers or to the fire department. But it would be something that if we were aware of, much like in many other scenarios, that obviously we would be able to potentially address resources in a way that may make it safer for them and for the animals.
okay. I mean, I understand the request. My question or concern was, I think if there was a fire, generally animals are pretty good about self-survival, I mean, getting away type of stuff.
Most of them are.
So I didn't think they were actually going to attack. It was more to locate them if they got lost, more from a neighborhood
Absolutely,
standpoint.
yes. We're not worried about the firemen or the officers going into the house and being attacked by a boa constrictor or anything like that. It's more of the once they're out, or do we know to look for them if nobody's
look for
home?
them to
type
kinda help
thing.
them, okay.
Absolutely. That it? Thank you.
Other council comments? Any herpetologists out there? Somebody that wants to comment on the snake issue? Final council comments. Motion on the floor is to approve Section 5505 regarding the number of large reptiles allowed. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have, and the amendment passes by a vote of 7 to 1. Voting against, Councilmember Carter.
The final amendment is to add September 1, 2019 as the effective date for the ordinance. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Do we have any questions about this one? Bierman?
Just so that the public knows, the reason for the September 1 implementation date is to give staff time to craft the policy for the notification for TNR cats, for tethering exemptions, things like that. So it just gives staff some time to work out what they need to work out with these ordinances and get them as prepared as they can be.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to approve September 1, 2019 as the effective date for the ordinance. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast. Motion to make September 1st the effective date passes unanimously.
Now we're back to the ordinance on the second reading as amended. Are there any additional comments?
Motion to adopt.
Councilmember Carter.
I got one last question for Jeannie. I can't tell you how much sleep I've lost over these amendments over the last few weeks. This ordinance has been very troubling. One thing that Mark and I have always talked about, and the thing that I think we've glossed over here, and probably might give me more heartburn than anything else, any other change that you're proposing or we're proposing, is the change in the hold time from 5 to 3 days. Before I ask my question, I want to tell you a little story about why this is so important to me. When I was 15 years old, I went to work for Dr. Gillum. You guys might remember Dr. Gillum out in Newcastle. And Dr. Gillum had the contract to euthanize the animals in the Newcastle Animal Shelter. Well, my job was, their hold time was 3 days. Well, hold time means kill time. That's how I was, my entire life's kill time. And every time I had in-depth discussions with Major Masano about every time this came up, every time we revised the ordinances to reduce the hold times. Now, I understand now we're talking about to increase the adoption time. But when I was 15 years old, my job was to go to the Newcastle Animal Shelter on Fridays. I'd check the hold times, which was always scary because I never knew if to count Wednesday as day one or not. But there were so many dogs that it really didn't matter. And so my job was when Dr. Gillum, I'd have all the medication pulled up, and I'd grab the dogs and I would hold them straight up like this, and I would pull their head over with my left hand, and I'd pull their front legs over with my right hand, giving him a clear shot so he could give him a cardiac injection and kill him. And we'd go through and kill every week 20 or 30 dogs. And one time, you know, we found out, I remember it was a big Great Dane that we had put down on a Friday, to come to find out on Monday that, you know, the people were looking for their dog. And so I've always wanted to give the owners the benefit of a doubt. And I think this is something Mark Howry and I have talked about for years and years and years, and why we've opposed reducing the hold times. And so my question to you is, what assurance do I have if I vote for this today and we reduce the hold times from 5 to 3 days, that while today we may be talking about shortening the time to adoption, but next year, maybe we're in a different situation and we're shortening the time to destroy these animals. Is there any difference in the ordinance?
I'm going to let Captain Barber answer that.
That was more technical than I volunteered for. I think the only way I can answer your question specifically is that any of those changes would have to come back to council. There's a resolution from the council from many years ago with I think it's referred to frequently as the no-kill resolution, those type things. So I can't tell you what's going to happen in the future, but I don't feel that that would be a concern. The reason specifically that we're asking to go from 5 to 3 days is to answer a lot of those questions you just mentioned, which is right now we don't clarify what is day one. And so right now it's kind of that, where yeah. So what we did is we actually matrixed this out. There's a lot of people think this is going to reduce the time that they're here. It really won't. I think it's only like 1 or 2 days, depending on when it would come in, that it would actually reduce it. And I think it reduced it to really about a 4-day potential window. If it's microchipped, if there's a license, if there's any reason to believe that it's owned, obviously staff, and you know this, and I'm not questioning you, will do anything and everything they can to hold it as long as they can to get it back to the rightful owner. But we have missed those. We've had people come in looking for their animal and found it in adoption, which is great. But so when we did that analysis, it really didn't change a lot. What it is, it clarified that time frame of day one when you come in. What is currently day one is really day 0 now. So it sets that standard for everybody and sets that expectation that clarifies when those are. It doesn't count on Sundays when the shelter's closed or the second Tuesday. So it kind of added in some of those things. So the intent's not necessarily to lower it. I know there's a push from the shelter standpoint to always lower the holds to be able to move animals into adoption as fast as we can. The reality is, if an animal's not spayed, neutered, vaccinated when it comes in, that 3 days or that 5 days is the beginning of that process, which of course in the vet's time may be another 2 or 3 days. So a lot of them, especially when they're full, are sitting for 6 or 7 days, and the chance to get them out of the shelter as fast as possible to their rightful owner or to a new home is obviously the goal.
I just want you to know that because of my confidence in you and the chief and Mark, I'm going to vote for this. But in reading the ordinance, it says that they shall be sold, destroyed, or otherwise disposed of in 3 days instead of 5. So I'm putting a lot of faith in you guys.
Thank you. Any other questions related to that?
Councilmember Hickman.
I don't necessarily have a question, I just have a comment. And it's basically, this is something that Councilmember Carter and I had both spoken about, and something that was discussed when I was on the Animal Oversight Committee. And I also have had reservations about reducing the hold time, the stray hold time from 5 to 3 days, because it does open up the opportunity, the window for when euthanasia could start also. But it does also open up the opportunity for when adoptions can start. And I kind of wish this was language that I had looked at a little more closely and maybe had tried to tinker with. But I do have faith in our staff that we have currently. And like Dr. Carter, I am going to support reducing it from 5 to 3 days, knowing that we have the resolution and the goal in place of being a no-kill shelter, and confidence in the staff and the Animal Oversight Committee to continue to work together, that if this becomes a problem or an issue, that we revisit it. But I am looking at it from the glass half full perspective, which is it gives our staff more flexibility to some extent in handling the animals with a little bit more flexibility, because the stray hold time's a little bit shorter. So hopefully we can get them into rescues or into adoption situations more quickly. And I think that's the intent, and I have faith that staff will endeavor to fulfill that intent. So appreciate very much everybody's hard work on these ordinances, and I look forward to hopefully this passing with all these changes and all the hard work we've been putting in for the last couple of hours, and the staff and the Animal Oversight Committee's been putting in for the last year.
Any public comment? Final council comments. Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading as amended. Council members, you may cast your votes.
I'll vote to adopt the ordinance upon second reading as amended. Passes unanimously.
So we didn't really need to postpone it. We just need to go to. You did the votes already. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as amended.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Councilmember Shimakashi.
I'm just going to call it, okay. A vote to have, since this motion was on the floor, Councilmember Wilson has left the meeting, so the vote passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0.
Long meetings are a struggle because I forget some of the things I want to say at the end of the meeting, but the only really pressing thing for Ward 8 is we have our next ward meeting this Sunday from 1:30 to 3 at Fire Station 7, where they are usually hosted. And I don't have a formal agenda this time. I did not receive a lot of public input about what people wanted to talk about, so we're just going to talk about some of the projects that we can look forward to, like the Senior Center, the Norman Ford projects, and maybe get some more feedback about where people would like to see those, as well as Robinson and Crossroads and the that issue. That's all I have for this evening.
Councilmember Holman.
Just want to thank you all for being here tonight, everybody that's been watching at home. There are a lot of big issues going on in Norman right now. I think it's really exciting what we have ahead of us, and I'm looking forward to the road ahead. So thank you all again, and we'll see you next time. Thanks.
Councilmember Hickman.
I just wanted to announce a couple of meetings we have coming up. The Center City Form-Based Code Ad Hoc Advisory Committee that's discussing issues in the Center City area here in core Norman. We'll be having a meeting on Thursday, the 30th, from 11 to 1 o'clock here at City Hall. If you have any interest in the discussions about the Center City Form-Based Code and its future development, I encourage you to please attend. And then on Sunday, June 2nd, there's a next Summer Breeze concert is available at Lions Park. Adam and Kesey will be the performers at 7:30. And then another Center City Form-Based Code meeting will be on Monday, June 3rd, also from 11 to 1 o'clock here at City Hall. Again, if that's something you have interest in, it's a very important discussion in the future of our community, and especially in the Center City area and how it could be developed. So if you have any interest in that, please make plans to attend one of those two meetings. And then beyond that, we have Second Friday Alt Rock on Friday, June 14th. Look forward to seeing you guys next time. Thanks for tuning in.
Councilmember Castleberry.
I got a list of about 17 things I want to cover, but no, I'm good. I'm good.
Councilmember Carter.
On July 20th, we're having a Wild Care Foundation banquet. I'm calling it the Rondi Going Away Party.
Oh.
And celebrating 100,000 cases out there. Urge you to attend.
Councilmember Bierman.
So I just have one thing. On June 4th at 4 p.m., the Norman Farmers Market is going to be celebrating their 40th season. I'm really excited about that. I love the farmers market. I think that we're going to be seeing some big things from them in the future once the new county facility is done. And I've heard rumors that the farmers market is going to move over there into a nice, shiny new building. So I'm really excited about that. Like I said, June 4th at 4 p.m. Hoping that we get a little bit of a respite from the weather I think that has really put everyone on edge. I have seen some weirder driving in the last week than I think I have seen in my entire time living in Norman. I think people's nerves are pretty badly frayed. I think that people are just kind of at their wits' end when it comes to the weather. So hoping for a little bit of a respite from that, because it certainly has been a trying couple of weeks. But that's pretty much it. It's late. I know everyone wants to go home. So join me at the Farmers Market, June 4th, 4 p.m., 40th season.
I'd like to thank Sean O'Leary and Jack McMahon for the great job they've been doing on the beginning stages of our implementation of the Americans with Disabilities Act program that we're going to be working on now that we've done the evaluation, and congratulate Jack on the great committee that he put together. We're going to have a really incredible representation in our city. And I think we're all going to learn a lot, and we're going to make a lot of improvements with that $5 million. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate our staff, Jeannie, Captain Barber, that have been up here all evening. I know Jeannie's been working on this, other staff members. I appreciate the Animal Oversight Committee. I don't always agree. I know everybody cares deeply, and these issues are important to a lot of people. And I think it is important that we see both sides, and I think we heard both sides tonight. Nobody wants animals mistreated, but I think we do a wonderful job in this community trying to do the best job we can taking care of the animals with the resources we have, and I think we stretch those really far. With that, I will, the city manager, no. This brings us to this discussion. Opportunity for citizens to address the city council. Remarks should be directed to the